key point to note here in this slide is that like Airbus has been leading in deliveries over the past 5 years continuously. Since 2019, like Airbus has been continuously leading, as you can see on the graph on the right side. Again, on the order books, like although the Airbus has a bigger log, like that represents like a backlog of that extends over a 10-year production period as compared to Boeing. In the growth rates, like the book to bill ratio is approximately same. So the new orders by deliveries, it's approximately same, like 2.85 for Airbus, whereas for Boeing it's 2.49. So it's less, but not significantly less. Now coming to the financials, so here we see a stark difference. When you see the revenue comparisons of Airbus and Boeing, they are approximately on the same lines, like the same levels, but like 78.9 billion as compared to 76.5. But when you compare the operating profits, so Airbus has been making profits continuously over the last few years, as you can see on the graph from 2019 onwards. But Boeing has been in loss since the 2019 onwards. So the next, like in this particular slide, we try to identify what are the key geographies which are being dominated by these two players, Boeing and Airbus. So as you can see, that Airbus is a much stronger player. It has its legacy in Europe, whereas Boeing has an advantage in Americas. And these are some of the major customers of both Boeing and Airbus across different geographies. One point to note on the point we want to highlight here is that the demand for the narrow body aircrafts is growing at a much larger pace, which is because of the shift towards fuel efficiency and cost effectiveness. Where in this particular category, Boeing has delivered 396 aircrafts in 2023, which when compared to Airbus, it's like Airbus has 571, which is like approximately 1.5 times, which is a huge difference in the numbers. Now coming to the root cause analysis, like what was the main cause of the 737 Max mishap? So, like there are three major points to mention here. The primary root cause, what we found out was the design and engineering flaws in the MCAS system that was deployed in 737 Max. So it relied on just one sensor, which like could not give relevant data consistently, and also the it was due to the rush development because there was intense market pressure in this particular domestic aircraft category where Airbus was leading by a much larger margin. So that lead to a rush development, and I think we think that that was the main cause for the like design and engineering flaws leading to the this particular mishap. And there were other failures as well, like the regulatory and certification failures. So like FAA let Boeing oversee much of its certification process, which like which we think that it's a conflict of interest in one sense, and the other factors being the corporate culture and decision making, like prioritizing safety over like profits over safety, and lack of transparency and accountability. Who does what and who audits what is being done? So that was the major issues. Now coming to the crisis management, so we try to divide the crisis management strategy into particular parts, like short-term strategy and long-term strategy. In the short-term strategy, what we propose is forming a crisis team. That should be the first step. The second step is the timely communication. Like there should not be a blame game. There should be one clear communication going out. The third is reputation management, and like accepting responsibility for any mistakes or oversight. So that was one major cause. Like Boeing denied continuously when that mishap happened that was due to a pilot's fault, but ultimately it was found that it was due to the lack of technology, like, and then the risk and mitigation measures as well. In the long-term strategy, what we think is we should have a proper stakeholder engagement, be it regulatory authorities or the airlines. Then that root cause analysis of that particular problem, so that it doesn't get repeated again. And then preventive measures, and we should have a monitoring and evaluation, be it a dashboard or something, to effectively have a monitoring and evaluation.
Yeah, coming to our next part of it, which is the corporate governance. So what we propose here is to move from a functional organization structure to a product-based organization structure. We want to introduce a new level where the ownership lies with different aircraft types rather than one function working for all aircraft types as such. So we want to propose this product base, and the other corporate governance initiative is to link executives. Apart from the main one, is to link executive incentives to the safety link performance to increase that. In terms of business strategies, we want to focus on five key action areas, which is rebuilding trust, product differentiation, strategic partnerships, competitive pricing, and excellence. And but these strategies will have to be different across different markets. In the dominant markets, you are rebuilding trust, offering competitive pricing to your existing partners, with developing long-term partnership with existing partners will be like the way to go. But in the emerging and the Airbus dominated markets, you have to offer customized solutions, flexible financing, offer product differentiation, and work on the brand reputation to repair all the damage as such. Coming to the last part of the presentation, which is the diversification strategies, we actually studied what are the current business units and found out that two business units are already fairly diversified in terms of these defense and space security and global services. We found out that the global services is a has a great operating margin, while defense does not have a very good operating margin, but it has a larger room for growth because the market opportunity for defense is around 750 billions, which is also expected to grow at a CAGR of 8%. So the room for growth is large in the defense and space security. So that should be the focus area of our diversification while continuing the other global services. Now, with in terms of synergies with BDS, we do have existing acquisition as McNeil Douglas, which actually provides a lot of synergy in the defense and space sector. In terms of operational synergy, also Boeing can leverage its existing expertise to offer same solutions in space and defense sector. That will lead to cost synergies also. And to the last part, as seeing how the
The
industry
time's up. Please wrap up.
moving towards sustainability, we would propose that Boeing should invest in sustainable fuel run aircrafts. They have already piloted one with 787 with Virgin Atlantic, so that should be the way to go as in terms of diversification further. So with that, we wrap up that the current crisis was a effect of a lot of lapses on Boeing's part in terms of structure and rushed market pressures. But Boeing can look at different solutions to repair its damage and get to the top. Thank you.
Judges, you may proceed with the Q&A round.
Okay, yeah. Thank you for the presentation. It was a great one. Though I have one question to ask. You suggested that Boeing can go with some kind of product differentiation, right?
Yeah,
Uh,
correct.
but like, what kind of differentiation do you suggest? Because what I feel is that Boeing, already being the leader, is doing everything under the room possibly it can. But what is something that is very massively extra that Boeing can do to capture the lost market share, to say?
See, we are not proposing a wholesale product differentiation in terms of developing a new product completely. What we propose is a product differentiation is only proposed in markets that are dominated by Airbus. So what we propose is that uh, pitching the correct product for the correct market in Airbus dominated markets is very important. Say, for example, if a person needs a narrow body aircraft, only a 737 or a 747 works. But if Boeing comes and pitches a 787 there, that will not be like the correct product to be there. So that kind of differentiation on what is needed in what market is required.
But I think that was never the problem. The problem was that what was happening due to the operational flaws, Boeing was losing the share. But having the product, different product was never a problem. People were always satisfied with what Boeing was offering, right?
Like we are also proposing a change in the org structure, moving from a functional structure to a product structure, so that there is like we can incorporate operational efficiencies in that. Ankur, if you can go to that particular slide. Yeah. So here on the left hand side, you can see this is the current structure where we have like a functional structure that each function has a different head. But what we are proposing is incorporating a new level which has VPs specifically for particular products, be it 737, 747, 767. So that increases accountability on a particular product level, and then that product can be pushed into different markets, be it Asia Pacific, where we have uh, uh, the backlog is very high, be it India or China. So that was our main strategy.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Hi team, great presentation. Would like to have like a couple of questions. One, in terms of overall strategies or overall plan to, let's say, okay, so just briefly, if we can talk about 20, 30 seconds, what in your opinion would be the root problems, three drop problems that Boeing is facing currently? If you can just maybe throw some light on that.
So one would be definitely that the reputation as a brand is damaged. So that is also reflected in the order books that is going to come later, because new airlines.
Anti-culturing and the potential financial consequences is one. Okay, and
Yeah.
the next, yeah.
So next would be in terms of it, within the organization, the regulatory measures and the quality operational problems that are there present.
Right.
So that would be the next point, and the third would be your overall structure of the organization as such. The current structure is not able to support new innovation and diversification. So that would be the third main problem.
Okay, just two quick observations here. The problems identified are the problems that do exist, but might not be the, let's say, sort of priority for now.
Okay.
Because let's say if we consider the quality checks or the internal problems which caused a major issue with regards to the Boeing incidents, whichever have happened in the past, uh, regulatory aspect or issues with regards to, so let's say one of the main problems that even in the brief was given is that because of these issues, the regulators, the FAA, the authorities are may again wind down the production or they have restricted the expansion. So that is also one sort of a major problem. Internally, it's all right, but catering to the regulatory aspect is also one of the major aspects. If
Agreed. Agreed.
right, right. And secondly, just another observation is that the first 3 to 4 slides, were spent in giving sort of an industry overview or a very expanded background of whatever is the current scenario, right? As far as my knowledge goes, the first slide, the second and third, even the fourth could have been, combined into one slide simply because 6 to 7 minutes were rushed through explaining the background. And in the end, I think so Ankur was spending like 1.5 minutes to explain the overall strategies.
Yeah.
Right. So if
Yeah.
we're not, it was a rush through and we are not very able to focus a lot on the strategies that you presented.
No.
And
Agreed. Agreed.
right. So simply they could have gone in the appendix, and the first one, the major, I think, so was supplier bottlenecks or supplier power, the Portis 5 force analysis that you had done, right?
Yeah. No.
Right. And,
Yeah,
Feedback taken.
yeah.
right.
Okay, yeah, great presentation, guys. Appreciate the kind of work you have done on the industry overview. I would have loved to hear more about the strategies towards the end. But on that, I had few questions. So let's say on the current slide which you're presenting right now, I see you're planning to like add a new level of VPs for particular let's say plane models. In that regard, I have like a simple question in terms of what if you go ahead and increase the ground level, considering there were FAS problem, operational problems. What a single VP can do is of course manage these four kind of planes, and you actually save a lot on your cost in terms of how you operate your company when you're already in losses in the past few years.
Correct, but the one of the major concerns what was identified was that the focus was not on like one entire team of supply chain or safety and test was not able to focus on all players. So the new level is just to bring in that focus on individual products and bring in more accountability on individual products. We are not saying that see already there are teams that are working on these products individually as such, but that new level to an oversight on that front will bring in more accountability and more streamlined decision making for that product, which could be better for every angle, not only in terms of safety but also in terms of profitability or pushing the right products in the right market. So that way, that was our main purpose of pushing this.
Okay. And if we move on to the slide where you have like given the short term and a long term plan, let's say go towards that slide. Okay. In that, I don't see any extensions of these. Let's say if you talk about timely communication, reputation management, or risk mitigation, This is something which also happened in 2019 post the crashes, right? Boeing was still subjected to a lot of things, and these are the basic things any XYZ company will take. So maybe I want to see something more unique in this. If you have something on this slide, maybe you can talk about, like, an
Yeah.
extension of, let's say, if you plan to do a reputation management, what are the measures you're using, how we're going about it.
Sure. So first point of reputation management would be to present data on like how what percentage of this malfunction occurred in all there. So it could be like a very small percentage of the of the overall total production. So that would be like a good data point for everyone to understand that this is something that happened in a very minuscule percentage. But tell them about accepting responsibility that okay, this is something that was gone wrong, and in the further orders we will rectify it. So that would be another way to save your business as such with them, so that they don't move to the competition, and signal to the market as such also. If the big players stay with you, the signaling to the market is also that Boeing is working towards solving all the problems that is there in the system.
Yeah. Also agreeing with the third party audits if the airlines ask for it, so as to be double sure about what product is being delivered in future. So that could also be one step.
Okay, and can we go to the slide wherein you have shown the deliveries and the orders in terms of charts? Oh, okay, right. So here I know that you have added a perspective of 2017 to 2023,
Mhm.
but I'm not sure if you did a check on, let's say, what happened prior to 2017. Because if you talk about how was Boeing initially in the game, so even if they had, let's say, they're not doing the best in terms of completing deliveries, but in terms of getting the orders, they are much better than Airbus. In
Yes.
those terms, I want to understand a comparison, like, how do you exactly deal with, because if you normalize that thing in the long run, then Boeing is actually doing better than Airbus. If you see that, like, even if they're not completing the deliveries, but they're doing the kind of revenue they are getting, right? The kind of uh, like tie-ups with the airlines they have, they're doing much better. If you talk about a very long-term situation, this is
Yeah.
a very
Like,
rare scene, I think, or I see over here.
yeah, less deliveries, but revenue wise, it's approximately same. So per delivery, maybe Boeing is making more money than Airbus. But the thing is that the the shortage, like the number of orders delivered versus what is there in the backlog, that is increasing day by day. So, like 5 or 7 years down the line, like Boeing or Airbus, both of them will have a problem. So,
Yeah.
unless you increase the operational efficiency, which we are saying in the next few slides, so that difference is going to accumulate over a period of time. So, like that has to be solved in some way. Right?
And the whole point is that these are the kind of pressures of backlogs that lead to lapses in safety that we see here. The market pressure leads to lack of like faster processes and safety checks getting missed and all. So that is what we wanted to highlight, ki there are market pressures in place which have led to safety uh, lapses like that. So Boeing has to come up with that operational efficiency where despite delivering at pace what the market requires, you have to do all the safety checks that are required.
Okay, and just one feedback is that when you talk about the short-term and long-term plans, I might want to see something like in terms of uh, some numerics at least,
Sure.
uh, like a 3 year short-term plan. Or I don't know what is the short-term plan. It's a 3 year, it's a 5 year. What is this? How do you define that short-term plan? Let's say if you talk about long-term plan, I might want to see some bricks in that, a 5 year and a 10 year. How do you exactly go about it, right?
Got
So
it.
something like that maybe could have added, but yeah, if overall it's very good. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
So I think a great first presentation we had there. No one wants to be the first team to present, but I think this team from IIM Lucknow did pretty well. Your presentation included all the aspects, I feel, including geographic expansion, a very great analysis on the. I think he has joined.
Just let me know when you are starting. I will start the
Judges,
timer.
now we have the team from Sri Venkateshwara College, Team Shivam Gupta. You guys, if you're ready, you may begin your presentation.
Sure. I hope my screen is visible. Hi
Yes.
guys, just as he said, we're Team Shivananda from Sri Venkateshwara College. Before we start, I would just like to thank the esteemed panel of judges and present my appreciation to the organizing committee for drafting such an exceptional case. Um, let us have a look at the main key problems that we've identified through the case material. First of all, being the accidents and the public relations. Second, in this change in the organization structure. And the third being the financial crisis. To cater to the situation, we have a solution having a robust crisis management plan to address the safety concerns, to improve quality process and regain public trust. Restructuring of the governance with the independent oversight, replace leadership to score the accountability and transparency, and then launching a comprehensive market campaign highlighting Boeing safety commitments and updated processes.
Like, sorry to interrupt. Are the slides changing visible to you all?
No, your PPT is not in the presentation mode, and we can just see the title slide.
Okay, I'm really sorry. I actually presented the second slide as well. I guess there's an issue.
Yes, yes, get going.
Okay, so is it fine if I present it in this way? Sure. I'll just redo the slide. So, having a look at the main key problems that we've identified through the case material, we have the accidents and the public relations, change in organizational structure, and the financial crisis. Now, to cater to these problems, we have a robust crisis management plan to address the safety concerns, to improve quality processes, and regain public trust. Restructuring the governance with the independent oversight and replacing leadership to restore accountability and transparency, and then launching a comprehensive marketing campaign highlighting Boeing's safety commitments and the updated processes.
So, as we move forward towards the industry analysis, we have conducted a pestle analysis for Boeing. Boeing has significant political influence and relationships which can impact its government contracts and policies. Investment in research and development to leverage advancements in aviation technology and compliance with aviation safety regulations and certification processes are also crucial, taking the current and future goals into consideration. Apart from these, fluctuations in fuel prices, exchange rates, customer preferences, and concerns about the climate change also play a role in affecting Boeing's business. Secondly, here is a competitive analysis between Boeing and its major competitor, Airbus. Airbus appears to be capitalizing on Boeing's weaknesses like delayed deliveries, financial targets, leadership changes, as well as the regulatory challenges they are currently facing. In overall, the Airbus is trying to solidify its position as the market leader in the commercial aircraft industry. So, next slide, we have developed a crisis management plan for Boeing that involves identifying the potential causes of crisis and strategies to counter them. The technical malfunctions identified in those businesses are like workers under pressure to work as disciples, fitting of faulty parts, oxygen system malfunctions that have the following serious implications like loss of customer trust and confidence, decline in market share, regulatory challenges, etc. And thus the immediate following actions like establishing a separate task force to investigate the root cause of crisis, implementation of strict quality standards and manufacturing facilities, and enhancing communication with regulatory authorities need to be taken to address the problems. We have also identified the critical points for considering risk factors like proper safety ratings and reviews for quality assurance. These need to be complied with to restore customer trust and confidence, and the long-term benefits would be more than the short-term upfront cost. Cooperation with the regulatory authorities and bodies can expose certain lapses and invite more oversight, but more transparency could help in regaining shareholder confidence and getting into aircrafts grounded. The psychology of profits over people should be replaced with the safety over profit psychology for building a long term growth strategy and an ethical culture besides proper supply chain oversight for quality components.
Next up, we have the increased expenses and the financials that we have considered. Having a look at the key takeaways, the impact of the transaction, we have increased research and development costs, so the additional safety measures and the quality control, and the expenses related to hiring a special team that we just proposed. The revenue and growth and profitability projections, we do not expect a revenue. Okay, so we do not expect a profitability in the next 7 years due to the challenge in COVID-19 and the regulatory scrutiny that is being going on, and the necessary investments that need to rebuild trust and the market share as well. We expect a gradual revenue recovery in the next 4 years, and there would be a continued loss likely due to the research and development, safety, and the quality workforce expenses. Next up, we have the organizational reforms. Now, having a look at the case of Boeing, we know that all of the problems that have started are within the organization, and we need to trace back the series of events that actually led to the place where Boeing actually is. Boeing's reputation before the crisis is it used to be synonymous for safety, innovation, and engineering excellence. It was an American institution that Americans were proud of. But in 1997, McDonnell Douglas was a market leader and they joined hands with Boeing. They had a relocation in 2003 in which they decided to launch a new plane called the 787 Dreamliner. The research and development of a plane is used to be a exhaustive process, and the investors wanted faster results or maybe faster profits. Now, in order to reduce the cost and higher profits, they sacrificed the quality of their products. To be very specific, the core of Boeing's aircrafts were made by this particular organization called Spirit Airline Air Systems, and were able to they were exceptionally good in their job because they used to be Boeing. Boeing led a disinventure of this organization and cashed a $12 billion check that very year. And Spirit Air Systems became an autonomous company which could sell their products to other companies as well, specifically to their competitors. Now they went from supply to reduce the cost and rejected contracts, which ultimately led to quality degradation. And these price cuts led to disruptive manufacturing issues. One of them being the installation of MCAS system, the manufacturing characteristic augmented system. And the pilots were not trained of this system. They were neither informed of this system, which led to the three major crashes that were done in the Boeing's industry: the Indonesian, the Ethiopian, and the Portland to Ontario crash. Now, to sum it all, the issues occurring across are an array of companies with little commonalities between them. Some are strategic failures, some are software bugs, and some are production issues. Some of them are unresilient response to an outside force. Now, to go back to all of these problems we need to form a board of independent directors, separating CEO and the chairman, and establishing board committees for safety, risk, and ethics. To forming a safety committee and appoint a chief safety officer, have enhancing communication and reporting for transparency, and having a strong whistleblower program, conducting external audits for improvement, have rebuilding trust with regulators, airlines, and stakeholders, and then collaborating with the industry groups to promote safety and standards, having an internal team for quality reassurance, and having an ethic program with the chief officer enforcing the disciplinary measures for safety.
Now here comes a comprehensive strategy roadmap with an aim to outcompete Airbus, regain the market share and trust of customers. As identified in the executive summary as well, the main problem lies with the Boeing's psychology to keep profits above people and compromising with the quality of the product. So the first and foremost step for Boeing would be none other than product differentiation and innovation with an aim to rebuild trust and confidence among the customers. It involves prioritizing research and development efforts to launch aircrafts with unparalleled performance, cutting-edge technologies, and also catering to the demand for sustainable aviation solutions. Partnerships with renowned suppliers and manufacturers like GE Technology for engines and systems, Pratt& Whitney for aircraft engines, and organizations like Singapore Technologies Airspace for maintenance, repair, and overhaul could be leveraged to serve this purpose.
To buy a plane will not be attracted by the marketing shown on social media, right? So, what was the reason for having that target marketing segment over there?
Sure, makes sense. I'll take up your first question first, and then I'll come to the target marketing thing. So actually, what happened with Boeing is it was the cost consciousness that led to the cost overruns, and which led to further cost consciousness and so on. So for Boeing, I feel like there's not a quick change that Boeing can make to reignite the fire. There is just a fundamental way of doing things that is just not right with Boeing. So everything lines up to their production process: the installation of the MCAS system, the communication in transparency that they have, that the pilots were not the pilots were not trained of the system that they've included in their airplane. uh, uh, for that, I feel like when you trace down the series of events that led to this situation, it was actually cost cutting. So they had an airplane which were formed or developed by their older engineers, and when the company was passed on to financial experts and not really engineers, they just made some changes to that already existing plane, which led to the installation of the MCAS system. So I feel like the product in itself is actually the point here that we have to take. The product innovation is one of the main things that we need to actually do here. So the solution lies to the very basic and the fundamental core, and the problem is actually that the product in itself. So we feel like the chief security officer is an officer that like we can appoint, but the root cause of the problem is actually the product. So now to overlook that, we need an independent body that is separate from the current top tier management that we have. Because we did have, when we were doing that, when we were doing our research, we did have a look at that. Okay, the organization is also corrupt in itself, because of the cost cutting and because of the pressure from the investors, or maybe a lot of reasons. But we feel like an independent body, considering the chief security officer, needs to be made, so that what we are dealing here is the lives of people. We lost 187 in in the Indonesian air crash. We lost 157 in the Ethiopian air crash. So what we're dealing here is the lives of the people, and we feel like the product and the quality of the product needs to be strong, that no other life should be sacrificed from now on. As far as the social media strategy is concerned, the social media strategy does not relate to the very typical social media strategy that we see, but it leads to transparency. It is synonymous to transparency. When we post a YouTube channel, when we post a YouTube video showing how the aircrafts are being manufactured, it just creates a sense of confidence within the audience or the passengers who are the end consumers of the products. So we feel like it's just synonymous to the transparency, and it's demonstrate that okay, we are showing you what the process is, and we are using the right products or the quality of the product.
Got it. Agreed on that. But my point here was that the target customers here are not the end passengers, but the people who buy the aircraft. So maybe the strategies could have been tailored for specific marketing to them. Maybe organizing, say, a 1 day or 2 day meetup for all the people or the companies who buy aircraft, showing them how the process is being done and everything. So I think overall great presentation, but the target should have been kept in mind was not the ultimate passengers who fly, but the people who buy the aircraft. But yes, thank you for answering the questions.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Hi, team. Great presentation. A lot of research and depth that I could see. So good job on that. Following up on actually what Niharika mentioned, I also noted that point because let's say the one of the core problems was the reputation of the company.
Exactly.
Right. Now, social media, the campaign that you had suggested, one, it was maybe not targeted at the right side, but in let's go a step back. The core problem was that the reputation was tarnished because there was issues with regards to the quality or the incidents that had happened, right? So maybe not a social media campaign, but something, let's say, of the sort of publicly acknowledging your mistakes or the shortcomings that have happened, and in the meanwhile, before going public also, or before, let's say, going on social media, you need to have processes in place that you can show to people that okay, these quality checks are now being done, these processes are now reinstated or reincarnated in some sort, and they are now on the right track, so that you can prove that okay, we acknowledge our mistake, we have already corrected it, and now it's on track, right? Even if for the people who are the customers of Boeing, they would be buying the aircrafts, let's say going on, let's you give an example, if we post sort of a YouTube video, that would not be the best, rather than maybe having a factory visit or making them go through the actual process live there and then. One. And secondly, so that was one sort of an observation. A question would be, you focus a lot on product innovation and diversification. Could you maybe explain the hypothesis behind that? Because the root cause was quality. And if we, let's say, for some sort, neglect the quality for now and go on diversifying more or making more product innovations, how would that improve the existing issues that existed? Even because the one of the Boeing Spain 737 Max is so probably one of the best selling planes that is there, right?
Yes, yes. Sure, I do take up the question. First of all, I just have an insight over the first part that you said, that we did come across this research as well while we were, but it just did not make it to the presentation. That the top level management were actually very quiet when all of these series of events were happening, and they did not make an appearance in the news media or any other channel for
Right.
that matter. So I feel like that the top level management does like do need to come up with, and they need to acknowledge the mistakes that we have, that they actually did. Apart from that, we feel like, as far as your the second question is concerned, we feel like the product innovation can be done in terms of the research and development and developing new planes in itself. It feels like, because when we when we did our research, we found out that okay, the older plane that they have, that they were manufactured by their older engineers, were just made better and better. So the engines were made larger and larger and larger, and then because of the engines, they had to make one more reinstallation, which was the MCAS system, which was actually the core problem the of the crashes that they had. So we feel like yes, all of the other so since this is a starting point and all of the other problems are starting because of this, if we fix this problem, I feel like all of the other problems that are occurring because of that can also be catered to if we just look on to the product innovation and actually manufacture good quality goods. Because and it is not something that is unachievable for Boeing used to be something that Americans were proud of. It used to be something that was synonymous to safety. They also engineered, manufactured the best quality planes, and the first planes, and the aerodynamics was just top notch. It was just everything on point, but just a series of events that led to a change in the organizational structure, change in the policies that they wanted cost reductions. They preferred profits over safety. So I feel like if that problem can be solved, other problems can also be unwinded.
All right, that sounds good. Thanks a lot for the answer.
Hi guys, great presentation. And I really like how you have presented the kind of solutions and your larger focus being on solutions. So really appreciate that. I just have a few questions. So one case in point for the marketing thing, I think so already Parth and Niharika has discussed. What I think is that when we talk about this kind of marketing strategies, if a customer books a flight and if something happens, they don't really go ahead and put Boeing accountable. They will take their carrier accountable. They will say, oh, American
Exactly.
did this or Delta did this, right? So in terms of that, your strategy of putting a YouTube video and yada yada won't really work for the passengers, because here the first buyer or the customer for Boeing is your United or a Delta or an American, right? Who are actually dealing with these manufacturers in the first place. That's what I feel in terms of your social media strategy. Secondarily, if you go to the crisis management slide, I see that you added that there's an immediate impact. You want grounding to be done. Uh, I don't understand how is that a crisis management solution, because that is something which has already been done. That's the first step which FAA or the manufacturer itself takes. So
Sure.
what exactly do you
I'd
mean
like
by
to take
that?
the first question first,
Yeah.
the one pertaining to the social media strategy. We feel like uh, we feel like as a holistic solution, if we look at the presentation, the social media strategy holds very less relevant. It is just like something that we put like a cherry on the top. If we do this, okay, this will also help us take the situation like not worsen it, just to make the situation a bit better. So having the social media strategy uh, was not that much of a focus, but just like a cherry on the top, like just some brownie points. As far as your grounding question is concerned, we feel like when FA did the audits and the grounding happened, the grounding was in relation to that. Okay, all of these airplanes should not be manufactured more, but the already existing factories that they were there, the manufacturing sectors were there, could actually produce that particular airplane for that matter. So we feel like the currently producing airplanes should also be grounded, and that's what we mean by the grounding point that we
Okay,
took there.
I take that. But like if you talk about immediate effect on grounding, grounding is something which doesn't happen just like that. It has to go to so many levels, right? If you ground just one 737 Max, then at that point in time, uh, you know, other airlines who are using your plane are not able to use that. When they're not able to use that, they're not able to fly that many seats. When they're not able to fly that many seats, they're losing out on so much revenue. So if you talk about grounding just even one single line of airlines, like the 737 Max, the impact is like huge, and the trickle-down effect is again is humongously bad. So in that regard, I don't understand how this immediate action can just you can just talk about ki, oh, we want to ground and just ground 17 planes like that. I don't think that exactly works. uh, and even, like if you go on the fifth slide, the fifth one, this last question from my end. um,
uh,
yeah,
yes.
yeah, this one exactly. So I don't understand, like can you just tell me the key takeaway of this financial, putting financials over on the slide? What are we taking away from this slide?
Okay, so we have increased the investments in the research and development and the additional safety measures and the quality control checks, like we said. So there are increased expenses, and we just propose that we are hiring a special team for quality controls and safety checks. So there are increased expenses in that. For the revenue growth, we feel like following on to all these measures, we feel like that we can achieve a growing revenue in the next 4 years, and there will be continued losses for the next like maybe 7 to 8 years. And the profitability, I don't think we can achieve it in the short term, and thus we've concluded that we can't achieve profitability in the
And
next 7 years.
what is this? What is the year? This financial represented for a quarter, a year? What quarter exactly?
Okay, so we made the financials for the year that we implement the measures that we have suggested, be it this year or be it the next year.
So the financials put over on the slide doesn't really represent any one particular quarter or a year.
So it's like we have proposed that okay, we will be doing expenses in these sectors, and thus we've coordinated with the financials and we've made it in that way that okay, these are the increased expenses that we will be catering to, and it also is relates to the case material that we actually received.
Got it. Okay, sounds good. Thank you. All the best, guys.
Sure. Okay, thank you so much, guys.
Thank you, guys.
All right, guys, thank you very much. This was a bomb presentation. But you may want to learn how to put a PPT in presentation mode. And
I
guys,
guess there was
you're not
really
missing a
sorry.
train. Okay, just
I can actually send over the PPT if you want to have a
we have
detailed
your
analysis.
PPT. We have your PPT.
Yeah, yeah, sure. We're
And
just
overall, it was a great presentation. You threw light on every deliverable required, and it was quite appealing visually also. So great presentation. Thank you.
thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
Judges, next we have Team Ram Gupta, who is an incoming student at IIM Bangalore.
Oh, hello. Oh, hello.
Yeah, hi Ram, you're audible.
Yeah, hi. Good morning, judges. I hope I'm audible. Yeah, shall I start with the presentation straight away?
Yes, you can start.
Okay, sure. So today we'll be discussing the case of the downfall of Boeing, the recent incidents that have happened, also taking into account the 2018 and 19 crisis. To give you an executive summary about the flow of the presentation, we'll first delve into the root cause analysis of all the three events standalone. Take a consolidated assessment of what key issues are there with respect to the processes, internal processes of Boeing. Take into account the incidents that follows and the threats that Boeing faces on five key factors, and we'll also propose solutions to do a crisis management, consolidated effort to revamp the internal processes of Boeing, as well as taking into account the competition it faces from Airbus, and then taking a key strategic decision whether it needs to narrow down its focus or maintain a balance between its different business offerings. So let's get started with the root cause analysis. The first key thing that we need to understand is the background of the incidents that unfolded. It all basically begins with Airbus increasingly taking away the market share of Boeing starting 2007. Therein, their revenue line started coinciding, meaning the revenues of Boeing year on year kept on decreasing, and for Airbus, it had a steady increase. But with the key launch of A320 Neo from Airbus, which was its improved narrow body airliner with a slightly improved design, basically a bigger engine, which was a key pick for the airline customers because owing to its fuel efficiency. This led to a lot of market share being eaten away from Boeing, as can be seen in the sales comparison chart for 2011. In response, Boeing rushed the launch of its 737 MAX, which was an improved version of the 737 family. The key feature here being that they didn't take into account the key design faults that Boeing already had, and tried implementing a software update. So, extremely sorry, just a second. Could you guys give me 30 seconds? There's a problem with the presentation mode with zooming in. Just a second. I'm very
No
sorry.
problem. No problem.
Yeah, it's visible now. Can I resume? Extremely sorry for the delay.
Yes, you can resume.
Yeah, so they tried what I was trying to point out in the last thing was the last point, as you can see on the slide, which is the MCAS solution, which is basically maneuvering characteristics augmentation system. It has two key components. One, it has an AOA sensor which detects the angle of inclination of the flight, and then it has a jack screw element at the back of the plane, which overrides the inclination of the plane. So this was a key reason for the Lion Air and the Ethiopian crashes, totally accounting for unfortunately 346 lives of the passenger. Uh, the commonality between both these two issues were shortly after the launch, there was shortly after the takeoff of the plane, there was an override of the MCAS system, deliberately dropping in the elevation of the plane and putting it in a nosedive position. The pilots in both these two incidences tried their best to tackle this issue, but unfortunately they couldn't over to the powerful override that MCAS has. The root causes of these issues were number one, the faulty MCAS sensor. It incorrectly detected the plane's elevation higher than it actually was. And considering a significant override of the plane control by the from the pilots to the MCAS system. Secondly, the key issue was that there was a lot of corner cutting during the development process, even though the MCAS system increasingly had more importance and got categorized into a critical system for the airplane. It only had one angle of attack sensor, which is a basic violation of the thumb rule for the airline industry, as it should have to if it's a safety critical system. And even after the second crash, Boeing suggested that a mere six weeks software update was sufficient, and there was no need to ground the planes. Third is the deliberate misinformation to avoid regulations. So, in their rush to launch the 737 MAX, they deliberately concealed the MCAS system from all its documentation, which was presented to the outside world and the regulators. And internally as well, they tried to misinform the pilots deliberately in order to avoid pilot training cost and the gestation period thereafter. And it was merely listed as an acronym in the instruction manual rather than teaching the pilots how to override the system in case of such a failure in event one. And even when they did in event two, it was too late for the pilots to take control, hence the two crashes. So now let's analyze the Alaska Air incident. Yeah. So, as we've all heard in the news on January 5th, a door plug blew out mid-air, along with a couple of more incidents following the safety. Fortunately, though, the plane landed without any casualties, but it was owing to no passengers being seated in the subsequent rows. Otherwise, there would have been. The Seattle Times reported that the fuselage panel that had blown off had not been properly reinstalled after a repair. For this to analyze a key straightforward solution, we need to analyze the process that Boeing follows for these planes. So, Spirit Aerosystem delivers around 70% of the components for the 737 MAX, including the products that have been listed. The door plugs in this state are maintained in the semi-furnished state because mostly they're replaced with newer door panels, which also allow seating to be expanded amongst them. But Boeing then completes the assembly by installing the remaining parts in the seating, and the bolts are supposed to be resecured. The doors are supposed to be resecured if they are not being replaced. This process follows a significant possibility for oversights, considering it's a manual process. And also, as reports have mentioned, that there was no safety checklist point for this, which it should have been. So, a straightforward solution for this particular process could be to override it with the manual check. A check it could be as simple as including a checklist item in the quality check system, or it could also be handled. The safety critical components could also be handled by implementing a QR system for the entire plane, which also gives data analytics insights and a digital monitoring interface. If we take a summarized view of the key incidents that about all the events that have happened, we find four key flaws with the process of Boeing. Number one is lapses in quality control. With mass firings of quality control team, reduced focus on the quality control processes and reporting since the merger with McDouglas, and corporate culture, which subsequently prioritizes on financial goals over quality checks. This presents a serious issue in the longer run. The events which have unfolded thereafter are a direct result of these lapses in the past 2 decades. Number two is the fundamental design flaws in the 737 MAX, which they try to, the low height concerns which they try to conceal with the MCAS system. And Was that a 7 minute time?
Yes, yes.
Yes, it was a soft launch.
Okay, sorry. Then comes out to lack of SOPs and crisis handling system and a blatant disregard to the regulations. Let's now discuss the aftermath of the systems. So, to give you a summarized view of the financial challenges that Boeing faced, the 2018 and 19 crashes costed them around $2.5 billion, a revenue loss potential, cancellation of 1,200 plus orders, a direct revenue loss of $15 billion, total direct impact of $21 billion, and an estimated indirect impact if we take into account the order cancellation, revenue impact, and production costs and delays, and the subsequent grounding of the 737, which comes out to around an indirect effect of around $44 billion. It also faces these key four threats. A crisis management plan that I have proposed for the recent Alaska Air incidents is number one, they need to determine the crisis trigger, not for this issue, but also for the events that have unfollowed. Secondly, they need to do a scenario analysis and develop comprehensive plan, which must include financial modeling, supply chain alternatives, and customer communication if the need arises. They need to pay attention to the sentiment analysis of all the stakeholders that are involved, and a response team needs to be there in check to proactively handle the situation. Also, one thing that was lacking from all the three incidents was a spokesperson training, which needs to account empathy also in their messaging. So, as far as a significant comprehensive plan for the solutions for going for that, shall I stop now?
You have 30
Wrap
seconds.
up.
Just wrap up.
Okay, okay,
Just wrap up.
okay. So, the solution need to be implemented in three phases. First would be to stabilize operations, second to reinvent the culture, and third to innovate for the future to significantly counter the threat it has from Airbus, including their carrier planes, also the 777X offering that they have to be able to significantly recapture the market. These are the comprehensive plans that Boeing can focus on. Uh, One key thing also that Boeing needs to take into account that Airbus also faces limitations in capitalizing owing to 5,500 plus backlog that Airbus already has with limited production capacity. So close collaboration with the FAA and providing and prioritizing on transparency and improving the supply chain right now could lead to a significant improvement 2-3 years from now and reduce the impact that it is facing. And here I have done the BCG product analysis and suggested some comprehensive improvements and some deviations from focus that Boeing had in the past and how it could improve that, along with consolidated recommendations for both the businesses, for the defense and for the defense and space industry, which is increasingly going with defense having a very stable presence. But one key thing that Boeing could focus on is improving its presence in the developing markets, such as the Indian market, which we could see Airbus joining in with Tata, understanding the nitty-gritties of the price point of the Indian government and closely collaborating. This is something that Boeing could also do, owing to its significant presence for over 5 decades in the business and the trust that it carries in the industry. For the commercial airlines, it needs to focus on the best offerings, clear out the supply chain issues and the regulatory issues that it is facing, and then develop a significant plan towards profitability by focusing on diversification, innovation, and cost reduction by focusing its offerings on key areas where it is present. Uh, yeah, thank you.
Judges, please proceed with the questions.
Sorry, I had to rush through the solutions bit, although those were detailed, but into the technical, which I had to rush through the solution. I'm very sorry about it.
Hi Ram, great effort, and you yourself acknowledged. So, good feedback for next time would be to time the presentation well, because honestly, you're not able to really focus a lot on the recommendations that you had
Yeah.
provided. So, one would be that. And in general, also, irrespective of, let's say, the timing, kept aside the timing or presentation this time, just maybe you can take this sort of an assumption or this sort of a call that people who are viewing your presentation would have a brief of an idea about the problems or the root causes
Yeah.
that exist there, right? So you can reduce your focus there, and maybe you can just simply present what sort of, let's say, if I directly ask you what sort of problems Boeing is facing, you would be able to tell, right? You can simply go ahead and start with that so that we are on a good front. We identify the problems straight away and then we move on to the solutions rather than trying to go very in depth and finding the root cause. So one would be right. And two, three quick questions. You mentioned that cost reduction, innovation, or maybe a couple more strategies also to help Boeing. Just if you can be a bit more specific, maybe because we were not able to go in depth with them, because these are very generic recommendations, and any
Yeah.
airline or any organization in general at this scale would be going through them, right? So just quick, briefly in 20 seconds, what would be the best takeaways or prioritizing the best solutions that you have?
Just a second. First point on the top of my head was they were experimenting with fastening materials, which were the aluminum lithium alloys. But as at the same time, they were also trying to automate the processes. So with the automated system, it was not very compatible, and it was a very issue with respect to the production time. They could, and since they've disregarded that entirely and focused on manual processes now, which was more efficient for fastening, they could now again experiment with better fastening materials and potentially improve the aluminum lithium fastening system, which would give them a competitive edge and reduce the production times. Secondly, in for the investment focuses, key focuses for them would be to invest in R&D for safety regulations. Obviously, second would be new sustainable aircraft models with reduced emissions, which are a key offering in the industry now. Third, they could establish themselves as a leader with hybrid engines and compatible designs for the same, because GE and Rolls-Royce are increasingly working on uh, hybrid engines. So the designs for that need to be, the plane design needs to be compatible for that. And both Airbus and Boeing have not been able to capitalize much on that. So this would be an innovation for the next 5 years. Uh,
All right.
and sorry, just one more point. Long haul carriers, because airlines have been increasingly focusing on increasing their offerings and reinventing their product route maps. So for that, they need long haul carriers. 777X improved model 777 Tech 10 was a key step towards this feature, but owing to the regulation and the supply chain issues, they have not been able to capitalize on that. So key focus on this, since Airbus has not yet capitalized this, would also be a significant innovation for the next 10 years.
All right, understood. Just one observation here would be, I think so. That is what I was coming to. Focus. A lot of focus was there on innovation, and maybe the market share side of aspect or the problem that was there with Boeing. Not a lot of emphasis, in my opinion, was there on, let's say, the corporate governance aspect or the overall business strategy in terms of, let's say, the quality checks or improving the reputation. You've given, if let's say you've given examples where they can go ahead with new products or diversification to improve, or new technologies, to consider the GE and Rolls-Royce example that you've been giving. But the root causes, if they're not resolved, in my opinion, going ahead with these solutions would not be the, let's say, the first priority for now, right?
Definitely. Herein, I would like to improve. Point out one key thing that the rush presentation could have misrepresented, but I have implemented these solutions in a phase manner. So phase one for now, for the next 2 years, is definitely to stabilize the operations, work closely with the FAA, launch on the 777X to get back the market share and the reputation, because the because key airlines which have placed orders such as Emirates, Omar Air, Qatar Air, and Lufthansa also increasingly waiting for the 777X. So they need to stabilize the operations, work closely with the regulators, and then fill this market gap first. Then is reinventing the culture, because it would take a lot of time, as you correctly pointed out the corporate governance bit. As you can see with the reputational measures that I've suggested on this slide, with accountability and learning enforcement, KPIs being established in the collaborative supply chain management part in the operations box, which is there on this slide. under the solution for key challenges, fostering cross-functional collaboration with engineers to improve the decision-making process, specifically in a crisis environment, and monitoring and evaluating processes, including digital infrastructure, to closely monitor the performance to be able to isolate the events that follow. These are the solutions that I've provided for the phase 2 of this part. The innovation is the phase 3, which is for the next 5 years, which precedes the launch of 777X, then the 777FX, which is their freight carrier, which has been delayed solely because of the FAA regulations of the 777X. So I think this is clearly my fault in the presentation bit. Otherwise, this was the plan of action.
Right, no worries, understood. Thanks a lot. Yeah, over to you, Amulya and Niharika.
Yeah. So Ram, one observation. So in what phase of your strategies that you voiced over do you recommend to diversify the portfolio, like more focus on defense and space exploration?
Since for the defense bit, 80% of it comes from long-term US contracts, so that is relatively a stable business, also accounting for, as I presented it in this chart, it all accounts for an average 30% of the overall revenue. Also, the global services business, which accounts for almost one fourth of the business, is relatively stabler. So they need not focus much on diversification. What they could do is, owing to their superior tech that they have right now, they can focus on expanding in the markets. Since they don't have overlapping resources for that and a separate team, so they can focus on expanding those offerings which are relatively higher cost and higher tech for a market such as India. So they could focus with their current tech to ensure long-term contracts with the Indian market, with the Asian markets, and basically cash in on the research that they've done for now. And in phase 2, probably focus on diversification for defense. And right now, invest the innovation bit on the 777X offering, their freight carrier offering, and working closely with the regulations and maintaining a corpus in case the recent events also unfold a legal proceeding.
Got it. Yeah, but like overall observation, great slide. I like the structure in terms of how you have kept the flow of the presentation. But what I feel, what additional could have been added was maybe some market sizing. Like this is the uh, share of the market that Boeing can recapture in the coming years. This is the plan. So some sort of sizing or the numeric value attached to the solutions would have helped. But overall, the great presentation. Good work on that.
Definitely. Could I add a stats to this? Although this was a missing point in the presentation, but I have the stats for this.
It's okay. You can send it
Okay.
off. We can have a view. Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
Hi Ram. I love the
Hi.
kind of knowledge bank you come from. I really like the kind of knowledge you have in terms of how this entire Boeing situation is flown. I just had a few questions.
Sure.
So one is that even only on this side only that when you talk about this Indian collaboration with the Indian government, let's say Indigo is doing what Indigo is doing currently. So if you talk about Boeing, the larger business comes from the Americas. So I don't understand how this simple collaboration, let's say, with the Indian government is going to help them. That is my first question. The second one is that what is your answer in this entire presentation? Are they going for this are they going for expansion in terms of the defense area or not? And if yes, then how do you exactly distribute this kind of thing? Like in the short term, they're focusing on commercial. In the long term, they're focusing on defense. What is the short term and what is the long term then?
Okay, so for the short term, for the next, let's say 2 years, their key focus would be on the crisis management part and launching the 777 line that I have already elaborated on.
Yeah, yeah.
And during this time, because they don't want to invest much in R&D for the defense sector, what I proposed was, since they already have superior tech, if we compare it to a developing market such as the Asian defense market or the European defense market, a lot of it is still very redundant tech. So what they can do is they can repackage these offerings, working closely with the needs of these markets, and then repackage these solutions because they already have the tech expertise, which takes a lot of R&D. So they could just repackage it and clear out their operations, and for the next 2 to 3 years, focus on this by adding these budding markets to their revenue stream, because these could also significantly improve the revenue. So let's say Boeing was at $110 billion overall, the Boeing company, out of which around 35 billion were from defense. Indian market alone, the introductory offering, that the experimental offering that they had with the Airbus, was over $2 billion contract. So even if they are able to secure these contracts with the budding markets, which have over 10 plus potential countries, it could significantly improve their defense while not significantly improving on the R&D. So this was a short term plan. As far as the long-term plan is concerned, Boeing do have some restraints with their defense offerings, and they are closely working with the US government. So around 80% of their revenue already comes from the US government, which takes care of the R&D specifications, because US tech focuses a lot on innovation, because they have key offerings and they have ongoing issues. Let's say with the Israel issue coming now, with the 0.57, with the 57 deficiencies, and they needing to improve a sharpnel based model, which was also delivered by Boeing. So they are very closely working in the R&D. So that takes care of the R&D bit, in my opinion. That is why I didn't focus more on it.
All right, and then I just had one question on the problem identification. I know that you targeted them right, and since the larger focus of the presentation was on problem identification, I just want to understand this thing. When you talked about manual checks, so we talked about that Alaska situation happened, and then there were less manual checks in terms of on Boeing's part. But I don't exactly understand how this manual checks is playing a bigger role in this entire situation, because even if, let's say, something is ignored from Boeing, the moment this plane is delivered to, let's say, United or Indigo or whatsoever, or Alaska for that matter, they themselves do their a lot of checks goes on the ground level, on a seniority level, on the tech level also. Maybe something has missed from the FAA, but then I don't understand how this is a major issue in terms of the situation happening.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yeah. Okay. Good
Yeah,
to go.
to answer this, the check that the airlines currently have is they check the atomic pressure, they increase it to 150% of what it would be in the worst case scenario, and that through which they check the fastening of the bolts. One key thing that they have missed in the current process, which the report suggests, they don't take into account if a bolt is even 10% already loose, and the movement impact, the launch impact, the takeoff impact, and the movement impact it would have. This would lead to further unscrewing of the bolts, and then the atomic pressure they couldn't handle. So this was a key lapse in the quality control process, and even having a manual check, let's say a barcode on the door, which ensures that the fastening has been done. So checking the when the door has been fastened properly, then the checking mechanism is there. But if it hasn't been, even there's a 5% deviation, then the checking mechanism does not account into this, which was a key lapse in my opinion, because that is what the system was supposed to check.
Okay, and the last question goes on, like, what are your thoughts on this space exploration thing? Because I didn't hear anything on that. I've seen that on the chart. I just want to understand, where does it lie on your presentation?
With respect to the space exploration chart, although it's showing significant growth, but it accounts for very less revenue as far as the Boeing company's
Yeah.
distribution is concerned. So and it has a separate team for that. So for the shorter run, I don't propose investing too much into the space exploration, but owing to increased competition from every key player having its own defense agency, they working closely with SpaceX, let's say. So I don't propose investing heavily into this, but at the same time, what I've suggested in this presentation, under the recommendations bit, is they continue whatever investment they have to be able to have an option for a domain that could work out well 10 years from now, so that to decrease the dependency that it has on the commercial airline or the defense business, because these two have very high scrutiny and regulations. So that could be a hedge from that perspective. This is what I suggested, but I failed to explain in the presentation.
All right. Yeah, just two feedbacks, Ram. One is that I might would want to see more financials in this, or more financial comparison in terms of how Boeing is still doing better than Airbus. If you talk about numbers and a lot of things, if not, then how are they going to improve? Let's say more financials to support your arguments. And secondarily, I would like to see your long term and short term plan on a more granular level, maybe in terms of a Gantt chart or something, wherein I can see that how on a every year basis things are changing and what is the plan focusing on, right?
Okay.
That's just two feedback, but yeah, I love the kind of knowledge you come from and the kind of presentations there. Yeah,
Thank
all
you,
the
thank you,
best.
thank you for the suggestion. Thank you for the suggestion, guys. It really helped. Uh, yeah. Any other questions, or should I leave the call?
Nothing from my end. Yeah.
Okay.
Overall, I feel a great solution and great presentation. Only the timing could have been taken care of, but apart from that, the depth of research and the quality of solutions were clearly visible. So, great job. And I feel it was this Q&A round was the most intense one we have seen so far.
Thank you. One key thing, I thought the technical glitch, I would be excused a couple of extra minutes. Obviously, a error at my part, but that is where I think I could have squeezed in
We
the.
stopped the timer where you.
Yes, we have resumed the timer where you have left off.
Okay, okay, okay. Feedback taken. Okay, okay. Okay. Shall I leave now?
Yes, you can leave.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
Judges, next we have from the Indian School of Business, Team Bullwhip. Are you guys ready with your presentation?
Presentation. Give us a minute.
Okay,
We are
you may
presenting.
present your screen and go ahead.
Sure. My teammate here, Siddesh, is going to be presenting his screen. Is it visible? Yeah, can you go to the first slide? So before we actually begin, we'd like to first apologize that we are not dressed in formals. We have our exams going on, so we're running between two exams. So can we start now?
Yes, sure.
Yeah, so hi, good afternoon, everyone. We are from Indian School of Business. We are a team of 4. We come from backgrounds of consulting, strategy, and finance. So first of all, just to explain why we've called ourselves a bullwhip, it's based on the bullwhip effect or the whiplash effect. It is where a small change in the value stream has catastrophic or very good impacts. In this case, it was quality and safety for Boeing, and that is how we're going to base our entire presentation on. So before can you go to the next slide, please? So before I start with the crisis management plan, I would like to share the approach that all 4 of us had. So it was based on 2 basic principles. We saw our numbers and we saw our narratives. And then we tried to connect the stories with the numbers so that we could get a better understanding of what actually is happening in the crisis. That is one. The second approach is the crisis has 2 phases. One is what the world is perceiving on what is going wrong in Boeing, and one is how Boeing is handling the whole situation. So I think those were the 2 basic mind frames that we had while we were approaching our crisis management plan and all the other deliverables. So starting with the crisis management plan, I think for any crisis to begin with has a trigger. Trigger in this case was a repeat accident that happened in a frequency of less than 4 years. And like Boeing faced a very similar situation 3 years back when there were a lot of accidents happening. So I think all of this has a cumulative effect and it's leading to like reputation loss, there's financial losses, and because of all of this, there's an impact on production. Then ramping up is going to be difficult. So how we kind of devise the crisis management plan is that we have a trigger. That trigger led to the crisis to begin with. And then we have a goal on how to make sure that the crisis is well managed and we just don't do bandaging, but we also come up with long-term solutions. So if we go through the approach that currently Boeing has, the current crisis team, at least in terms of the spokes who are being represented on the media streams, is the CEO of Boeing company, Mr. Dave Calhoun, who is supposed to retire this year, end of this year, and Brian West, the CFO. What we propose is, instead of having someone who's retiring and leaving the company, we propose that the new incumbent who's going to take up the Boeing commercial aviation as the CEO should become the face of this crisis, so that she can also establish credibility in terms of internally as well as externally with stakeholders and employees. So that's what our proposal is here. And Brian West should continue to be a part of the crisis management team. Although our recommendation is that Brian West, in a few interactions, has whatever content that he's put out, he's not actually, it's just a video. There's a video without a face to it. I think it's really important that during times of crisis, people come out and record these videos in front of the camera, kind of helps bring more trust to the customers and the employees as well as the general public. So moving on, I think the how we've gone further is that in the action plan we have 2 terms. One is the short term. These are the bandages that we need to put, and then there is the long term to make sure that we not only do fire. We're not supposed to take off the fire, but you're also supposed to prevent fires in the future. So I'm just going to go in a bit more detail in what we've done here. So first of all, is a comprehensive communication plan. As you can see on the right side, we've divided our communication strategy or communication plan into 2 aspects. There's internal and external, because there is one crisis that we see from the outside, and there's one crisis that the employees inside Boeing are facing. So that's why we had 2 separate communication strategies. If I can just take you quickly through the communication strategy, I think it is really important that we communicate effectively with our employees, make sure that all of them are aware of what's happening, and like whatever action that we've taken to make sure that we correct our wrongdoings is being spread out. The word is being spread out to the employees. So that is something that we are doing. And in external communications, we are making sure that we are firstly transparently admitting our mistakes, and then we are ethically engaging with the regulators and our customers and making them know transparently on what has gone wrong and how are we correcting it. This is basically the whole principle on which our communication strategy is based on. Now, moving on to the action plan, some short-term implementation that we are doing is we want to make sure that, so Boeing has three streams of businesses. We want to make sure that there's no downstream impact on the other two business verticals that Boeing has from the away from the commercial airplane business. That is one. And then we also kind of want to slow down the production and fix quality and supplier concerns. So some of these points that you're going to see here are being done by Boeing, and some of these points are our recommendations as well. Finally, there was one special mention in the points in one of the Boeing like con calls with the analysts. They mentioned that initially there was a they were more open to accepting non-compliant components from their suppliers. So I think Boeing has also stopped this, and we would also recommend that Boeing has a strict no-go approach to non-compliant components so that there's no rework and that kind of makes sure that safety is in line. Now, coming to some long-term changes that we suggest. Again, so just to explain what a step change improvement is. So generally, all our industries are based on continuous improvement approach. That is, we change a small delta, and this delta adds up to big results. But in case of Boeing, when there has been so much loss of reputation, and this, especially in this crisis, I think a step change improvement is required. Step change is when a lot of things changes quickly. So I think that's what even the CEO David Collin has been focusing on. So the approach needs to shift from continuous improvement to immediate and effective like improvement. And one specific point that he mentioned is inside the factory, there's a certain layout in which certain assembly line that was existed inside the factory, which is now not being followed completely. As a step one, Boeing has now agreed that all the different model and product lines will now be following this to the T. And also there's one special, like one point that was mentioned in the con call as well about merger with Spirit Aerosystems. So 30 years ago, Boeing and the Spirit Aerosystems is kind of like a supplier that provides components to Boeing. So the problem in this whole equation was Spirit Aerosystems like was initially it was supposed to be a factory that provided components to Boeing, but then it started to run like a business wherein it was trying to improve profitability, and somewhere or the other the control and the quality of components and spare parts that were being given to Boeing started to compromise. So now 30 years later they feel like they should fix this error, and they are now merging Spirit Aerosystems with Boeing again. That is one long-term suggestion that Boeing is doing and that we also think is the right thing to go about with. Now the final thing is about revamping training and tooling, like the entire QMS of the company. So for that, we're going to implement changes in that. So we have also listed some potential risks and also the learnings from previous crises, because we should make sure that we don't repeat our mistakes. Finally, to fund all of this, we will be using cash flows from other stable businesses. And also there were two shadow factories that were fixing the problems that were caused. The plan is to shut those factories and make sure we divert the manpower and capital to a more better usage. So we can go to the next slide.
Now coming to what are the things that can be improved in the corporate governance of Boeing, we would be firstly looking at what mistakes they have made in the past, and looking at the mistakes we'll be able to provide recommendations as to what they can do better in future. So firstly, now looking at the board composition of Boeing in 2018, so we see that there are 4 out of the 14 board members were ones who were not a part of the industry and had no expertise in aviation, engineering, or safety related measures. And also we see that 3 out of the 14 members who were on the board were known to each other, as they were a part of Marriott's board and also for such other companies. So in that case, now coming to what recommendations we can give for Boeing in future is to firstly have a board with people who are expert in, who have expertise in safety protocols, engineering, as well as aviation industries, and to ensure that they are not interrelated to each other so as to provide for better decision making for the board. Secondly, when we look at the audit committee that Boeing had earlier, they did not focus on safety related risks, and the only risk that was their focus was the financial risks. So looking at this, we have to ensure going forward in future that Boeing has
a proper specialized committee to deal with risk management, especially safety related risks for the aviation industry, so that the review of the controls can be done basis a staple procedure that has been formed for the company. Thirdly, we see that Boeing had to pay $2.5 billion for a criminal investigation. In order to ensure that in future such risks do not come, Boeing has to be ready with a proper plan that would include not only proactive risk assessment but also to estimate the potential costs and impacts that such threats can have for the organization. Now, fourthly, coming to the standard operating procedures that Boeing can have to ensure that CEO mismanagement or lawsuits by the shareholders against the companies don't come up due to disciplinary
Guys, your time is
issues.
over.
Just give us 2 minutes. We'll quickly walk you guys through the other slides.
We can
You're already 1 minute over your time.
Yeah, just in a matter of 2 minutes. Sorry, guys.
Just wrap it up fast in 30 seconds.
Yep. So over here, we have done the competitor analysis, and one thing that's clearly visible from this slide is Boeing, the airline, the 737 MAX, has a better parameters such as the maximum range cargo capacity, but the place where Airbus has overtook Boeing is where they have diversified the portfolio across with global presence, with factories across different locations. Then they also had a strategic focus. While Airbus they continued investing in R&D for new aircraft models, which competed effectively with Boeing's wide body offerings of 747. Moving on to the strategy part, so we have got a 5-point program where we work with all the key stakeholders such as the employees, the customers, the pilots, where we focus on rebranding our 737 MAX airplanes. Then the second point is walking the talk, where our key stakeholders such as the CEO and all the top management, they engage with multiple key stakeholders and they basically regain the trust across all the key stakeholders. Then we have symbolic synergy, where will strategically collaborate with celebrity partnerships and showcase their stories across how they have overcome crisis and tie up with our Boeing strategy.
Guys, please stop
Then
the
we have
presentation. We'll move on to the
Yeah,
Q&A
sure. We can
round.
take questions now.
You can actually keep on presenting the screen at least. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Can you also please move to the next slide once, like just to have a look? Got it. So overall, great presentation. I think the timing part just didn't go well, but overall, I like the how the key problem identification was done. So the solutions proposed were on point, not off track. So that was the good part of the presentation. However, I feel that the crisis management plan, the one slide, Satyam, that you presented, may could have been laid out better in terms of visualization, because as a reader and someone who was listening to the presentation, it was hard to digest with what you were speaking and what was written down, because it was not much visually appealing. So, but nonetheless, I think I like the presentation. And also, like, what do you guys feel on the diversification plan? If you could just give like 20 seconds walkthrough on that, not more
Yeah,
than
we'll move on to that slide. So talking about this, we'll first talk about how 50-50% industry split is between commercial and non-commercial. That's an important area. Second, we can see from Boeing that their commercial revenues have been on a declining trend, whereas the revenue from other sources have been increasing, which brings us to the next factor why diversify. In this, we can see the profitability. We are dependent on the other segments for long-term profitability, at least from the historical business perspective. Secondly, we have seen that the commercial airline business revenue is not stable. You can see a huge dip and then again there's a huge rise, whereas the revenue from other sources is more, it's more stable. So for an airline business which is going in losses, I think you need something more stable, something more which can give you more bottom line. And because the industry split is also 50-50%, it makes sense to be in those industries as well.
Got it. Yeah, I think makes sense. Thank you.
Thanks.
Any other questions? It is.
I have a few questions. I really like the approach with which you went ahead and in terms of like tackling the problem. I think so it could have been more better time, but that's fine. I think so the way you presented and the way you tackled issues, I really like that. Like I am not going on the side aesthetics. That's fine. I'm okay with that, but I really like the approach you went ahead with. Few questions on few things. First is that on the current slide, if I see, so if I technically understand the answer right, you're saying that we don't really expand in commercial, we rather expand in other segments. Am I going right? Is
Yeah.
that what you mean?
So inadvertently, commercial is going down because of the challenges we are facing. And what is happening is, especially the global business is going up. One more important factor to consider here is we invest only $107 billion in R&D for global businesses against $2,000 in commercial, $2,000 billion. So the investment is minuscule. And if you're able to get a higher return on investment from other businesses, it makes a lot of sense to continue doing it.
Okay, let's look from a different lens. If I talk about things like, so if you see the airlines industry, right, it's a duopoly, right? In terms of that, if you talk about them not really flowing into the commercial industry, but rather going into a defense or let's say other businesses, uh, how this duopoly exactly exists, because Airbus cannot take the entire load of anything and everything. So if you talk about a solution wherein less focus on commercial and more focus on that, I didn't exactly understand how this flows. A second analysis on that is that if you talk about the previous revenues, right? Let's skip this entire let's take a gap on this entire thing which happened for Alaska. Let's talk about the previous revenues. It has been growing from the time, at least till the time the crashes didn't happen. So how exactly your analysis flow in terms of they should do less of commercial, more of defense in the long term? Even if they flow into the category, the revenues are definitely going to take a dip, because even if the investment on commercial is huge, if you see the numbers correctly, the airlines flow in a I would say it flows in a very bell curve thing, right?
Yeah.
There's a rise and then there's a dip and there's again a rise. It's
Yeah.
more visible on Boeing's part because that's dealing in more aircraft as compared to Boeing.
Yeah.
That's how I see this problem. But yeah, I want your take on that.
So one more thing, if I may add, if we can go on the financial slide here.
Yeah.
If you see the financial slide, if you can zoom a bit, it'll be easier. So if you see the long-term CAGR of Airbus versus Boeing, to answer your question, Airbus has actually been able to maintain, yeah, here. So
Yeah.
if you see the 7-year CAGR of Airbus versus Boeing, this is the total.
Yeah.
Actually, the revenue has been on a declining trend for Boeing, whereas Airbus has been able to consistently manage their revenues. In our case, if you see the commercial part of it, the revenues have declined on a steeper. They have declined on a more steeper, whereas this is -3% only because of other two, defense and other industries coming in. So answering your question, yes, commercial is very important for us because that is the bread and butter of a business. But to be able to invest money in commercial, we'll need businesses which can generate bottom line.
Right, I understand
Otherwise, we
that.
won't
But
have the money to invest in that business.
end of the day, understand that even after those crashes, United or Delta or American, they still come back to the Boeing, right? Even after this
Yeah.
elastic situation, the 17-day grounding, they're still continuing with that. End of the day, revenue to aana hi hai from that line of business. That's what I'm trying to put it over here. So maybe for you to even put it in a better way, maybe I need some more grounding on that. Second question on that is, want to understand, if you talk about special committee in the solution for risk management, a committee already exists with Boeing which who looks at all these things. If you talk about a specialized committee, how do you have to differentiate from the existing committee?
So, when we have talked about the recommendation, we have looked at what mistakes they've made in the past. So, before the first two crashes, they did not have a committee which was looking at the safety measures or the risk management. Even their audit committee did not look at safety risks associated with the airlines. They were looking at the financial aspect only. Only after the crash,
Yeah.
They formed this committee. So what we are trying to say is that going ahead in future also the corporate governance guidelines should be very focused on safety and risk management. They should not take actions after any accident that has formed. And as far as the committee that is existing is concerned, the whole recommendation is to strengthen the committee by forming stringent SOPs and guidelines for their better usage.
Okay.
Also, just to add to what Rajrupa said, there's also a mention in like they have to work on improving their QMS. So I think right now all of that needs to be worked on, and the approach needs to be more proactive than reactive.
Okay, so that's to strengthen the current committee, right? That's what a line of argument is.
Exactly.
Okay, okay.
Load steering, yes.
Okay,
Exactly.
and lastly, then you mentioned that there's a merger which Boeing is planning in with the Spirit one. In terms of that, I want to understand in our current situation, we are already in losses from the past few years, and nothing is growing exactly. Your image, your repo is going down. There are multiple things happening. In a situation like that, where merger is a very heavy thing to go about with, how do you exactly plan? Like, how are they exactly planning this merger? If you have researched about that, yeah.
Okay, so from what we've learned about it, this was once supposed to be a part of Boeing, and the whole merger is they're actually, if you see the financial, they're already bleeding a lot of cash. So
Yeah.
this merger is supposed to make sure that the problem of quality that has now occurred twice in less than 5 years should not reoccur. This will just give them a stronger control on their supply chain, the entire preparation of the spare parts. And I think that is going to help them in the future. Maybe right now this is an expense and this is going to help bleed more cash, but in the long term this is going to have benefits.
So
Okay.
to add,
Yeah.
it's a
Maybe I would have liked.
strategic investment
Yeah.
that Boeing can make.
Please go ahead. Yeah. Yeah.
To add, it's a strategic investment that Boeing can make to ensure long-term viability of the business. Because as you said, we'll get the orders no matter what because we're the
Yeah.
only two players. But if we can work on the quality, we can gather a greater share of the orders.
Okay, makes sense. Yeah, maybe I would have liked a better, a more analysis on that merger on the slide. But yeah, I think so. That's a very good point and something new I hear. Yeah. So great presentation, guys. All the best.
Thank you.
Yeah. I also like the presentation a lot. The starting was really good. The slide was actually a great brief into the sort of expectations that we'll have from the next few slides. So really good with that. I think so. Most of the questions have been covered, which I also had. One aspect which I'd like to ask is, I think so. There's a recommendation regarding getting pilots from other lines to test the aircrafts. Want to understand what sort of thought process you have behind that. The lens from which I see, this is sort of very different, or maybe something which has not been tried yet. I'm not sure of it, but it might not be the best alternative, is my sense. So, what is the thought process from which this maybe recommendation is coming out?
Yeah, so when we were researching for this, one thing we realized is we need to take care of all the key stakeholders. And one point that was continuously raised was pilots were not confident in flying Boeing 737 MAX. So this pilot insight program is to ensure that if we get all the like most of the pilots on board and they are able to fly the flight out, test the flight out, and they are able to provide us insights into what's going in the right path versus where we are lacking behind, it will be a greater help to us, and then we can improve on that as well. And along with that, this will help us in ensuring that we are building a partnership with both the airlines, which are going to be our main customers going forward.
Right. Okay, that is fair. What I was thinking is that if you've also thrown some light on that, the actual root causes of the incidents that happened back in 1819, or even the recent ones, which of them, let's say, would have been incidents like the ones where pilots would have been confident if they had tested the flight?
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
definitely.
that is my sense, that the problems or the root causes that were the root causes of the incidents, how many of those were actual problems which pilot could have tested out and would have been sure about it, that okay, the flight would be I hope I'm able to put the point forward.
Yeah, I think what you're referring to is the MCAS system, right? There
Yeah,
was a MCAS system.
that is one of the issues. Apart from that,
I think there were incomplete manuals that were there in for the 737 Max that were not addressing the special scenarios that might arise while flying the plane. I think these were a few things that I remember off top of
Yeah.
my head. If
No,
anyone
that's
else
okay. I
wants
just
to add,
wanted to understand the thought process. Otherwise, it's a good presentation. Thanks a lot, guys.
thank you.
Anything else you may add?
A great presentation, guys. The questions were a real bullwhip here, and you might want to look at the watch the next time. But a great presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry for the time
No,
issue
no
here.
worries. Yeah.
It's
I think the Orcom can actually start putting a timer every 2 minutes, because that's what happening in the past presentations. At least people will acknowledge that, oh, they're running out of time. So just put like after every 2 minutes, just put like how many minutes are left. I think so. That's it. That's a good approach. How people can keep a tap of time, because there's no timer going on, and when presenting, you go with the flow and people forget about timings, right? So yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure that helped. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank you
much.
so much.
So maybe Raghav and team, someone can just put like 2 minutes or 4 minutes and 6 minutes. If
Yeah.
Parth and Niharika also agrees.
sure, sir. We will
We'll just
take
ask
care
the
of it.
OC to do that. They're taking care of the time and everything.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I think so. Sounds good.
Okay. Next we have Team SR from Shriram College of Commerce. They haven't joined, I guess. OC just messaged them once.
Sorry, what is the team name?
Team SR, the next team.
So we have total of 10 presentations, right?
Yes.
So there are, Raghav, technically two buzzers, one at 5 minutes and one at 7 minutes.
No,
The
one
first
is
one
at
is at
7.
7 minutes, and the next one is at 8 minutes.
Okay, okay. Yeah, just keep putting 2 minute timer every time. So yeah, that's.
Yeah, I think so. We can have 5, 7, and 8. That should be good.
That's good.
All right, all right. Has the whole team SR joined?
Yeah.
You guys can just switch on your cameras and share your presentation. There's a slight change in rule. Instead of getting a timer at just 7 and 8, you'll also get a soft prompt at 5 as well. So it will be 5, 7, and 8. So you have to wrap up within your 8 minutes.
Okay.
Please share your screen and start your presentation.
Yeah. So everyone can see my screen.
Yes, it's visible.
Yeah. Okay, sure.
Just tell me when you start the timer. Sorry,
Yeah,
I'm
you
not.
guys can start.
Just one second. Okay. Starting now. We are Team SR. We would be presenting our solution to Boeing's case study. We'll give you a sneak peek into our presentation through our executive summary. Boeing faces a triple threat: leadership turmoil, financial losses, and shrinking market share to Airbus. The question that we face today are crisis mitigation plans, how to strengthen the corporate governance and ensure stability in Boeing, how can Boeing strategically revamp business strategy to outcompete Airbus, and should it continue the diversified portfolio? Now we'll be having our Boeing strategy that we have developed basis on quality assurance across the value chain, clear communication and employee training, strengthening board oversight and promoting the culture of focus and quality. Boeing leads in single aisle aircraft and it needs to strengthen its position, maintaining a diversified portfolio as defense and space segment is profitable and high demand is forecasted here. Following are the impact that we try to achieve.
Okay, so moving further, let's look at a gist of the problem statement. So we have divided the problem statement into 6 parts, and on the left hand side, you can see the impact of the crisis that Boeing faced. So starting with the first,
that is safety crisis, there were two fatal crashes in Indonesia and Ethiopia, killing 346 people. Second is regulatory scrutiny by FAA, leading to $2.5 billion in fines paid by Boeing. Third is production delays, leading to excess inventory and potential financial strain to Boeing. Fourth is leadership transformation, wherein two CEO changes was observed over the 5 years. And fifth is change of attitude to profit over quality. Sixth is supplier issues leading to communication, delivery, and capability change challenges. So a point which is of significant importance here is channels for employees to report quality concerns. Second is maintaining transparent communication throughout the entirety of this process, as well as entirety of the organization, schedule regular briefings and avoid also downplaying the severity of issues. Third is safety committee, which should conduct pre and post training assessments, and it should be conducted simultaneously with employee training needs, such as the first quarter there is a safety check committee, and based on the reports of this committee, in the second quarter the employee must be retrained and all the errors must be make sure that there remains no error in the process. And last is incentives to airlines, which includes extended warranties and providing subsidized pilot training programs. So now Shrey will take over from you.
So, we would develop a crisis management plan based upon uncovering the underlying causes, and our recommendation would be based on these causes. So, Boeing follows dual reporting system. First is CMES, that is formal record of FAA, and SAT for informal Boeing factory messaging. Now, here are some supplier quality issues that are being faced by Boeing. In the last incident about which occurred with the Alaska Airlines, it was noticed that the Spirit team had repaired the rivets, and the Boeing quality inspector found that the repairs were not done properly. So the job was reopened. This sends a message that the supplier quality issues are being faced. Next, when the process was reopened, so here removal of door plug was required, and this also had to be recorded in the system and required a formal signing off from the quality inspector. But this was never recorded in the system, and so no inspection was done. No record of removed retention bullets was also found. This signals a major process failure. As I said, there have been improper recording of data, which brings us to unclear communication between mechanics working on different shifts in the same aircraft. Also, the basic or the root cause is the focus on profitability over quality that makes the mechanics push to accelerate work to meet the schedule, and new people are being hired by Boeing, which are replacing the mechanics that have worked for 20 plus years. The recommendations that we have on this basis are following an integrated system for recording of jobs, effective control over supplier practices, and inspection of these jobs performed by supplier, training employees on job recording and strengthening of internal controls, integrated reporting to facilitate clear communication, and determining standard time for every job. Now, moving on to the market revival strategy, we would take a competitive analysis with Airbus. First, Airbus leads in the orders and the backlogs. Secondly, in the manufacturing technology, Airbus employs automation that is, while Boeing focuses on less automation. So here, to fill the gap, Boeing has to improve its automation component. Boeing leads in the seating capacity and has a competitive advantage with its best-selling single-aisle aircraft, 737. Also, Boeing needs to focus on developing seat layouts that rival the passenger space and comfort that is offered by Airbus Target design.
Now, moving on to the problems of the corporate governance, there was an ongoing struggle from the allegations that there was a shift from focus on quality towards cost reduction. In the filing made by one of the shareholders of Boeing argued that the board of Boeing had neglected the oversight duty, failing to hold Boeing accountable for their safety. There were certain management changes, for example, the CEO's departure, leadership replacements, and the chairman not seeking re-election amidst the crisis. The key challenges that have been highlighted are: first is the paralyzed mindset. Boardroom groupthink and seniority bias have hindered diversity perspectives and decision making skills. We propose a bottom to top approach for soliciting diverse views, especially from the engineers. Second is a lax control system. Top to down lax control fosters neglectful engineering practices. Lack of CEO Malinberg accountability after the crash has eroded the trust. We suggest investing in cultural shifts and establishing oversight committees for regular training updates. Third is the background of top management. The background of the board of Boeing lacks safety and engineering expertise with which is heavy on former government officials, for example, from UN and White House. There must be an emphasis on skill-oriented board composition to ensure objectivity and industry relevance. Fourth is the board structure. There was an absence of safety and oversight committee before the crash and a delayed establishment of the same when was advocated by the shareholders in the suit that followed. There must be an increased awareness of internal safety review boards. Now, moving on to the next slide. For prioritizing the further investment, we see that we have divided it into two parts. First is the macro analysis, and second is the micro analysis. From the macro point of view, the demand for the commercial jet is expected to increase as per the Boeing forecast. The expected fleet will almost double by 2042 to 48,600. And similarly, for the defense, there have been multiple key drivers. For example, the world military expenditure has risen to the world's highest until now, that is $2,240 billion. Similarly, the Russia-Ukraine war has been a major driver of growth in spending in 2022. Similarly, the countries like USA, Japan, India have shown an increased allocation of money towards defense expenditure, and hence there will be an increased demand for Air Force equipments as well, which means fostering demand for Boeing. For example, India's recent purchase of Apache helicopters from Boeing. Just bringing on to the last point, the defense, space, and security segment from the micro perspective has turned profitable in the quarter one fiscal year 24 report, and the revenues have also increased, while the same for the commercial airplanes has decreased, and the on the basis of the sales, the net loss has also increased in the commercial airlines. Hence, we offer a diversified approach to strengthen its financial health and bring out the positive cash flows and mitigate the risk. Thank you so much, and we are open to any questions that are there.
Okay, judges, you may proceed with the Q&A round.
Yeah. First of all, great presentation, guys. I really liked the timing, flow, and the content. It was crisp and easy to digest. However, I have one question to ask you. So, if you have to only just tell me one immediate priority that should be on the Boeing's plate to address, like what is that immediate priority? And what is the main solution to that immediate priority? Like just a 20-second thing. Like, what do you think is the main thing? Like you sitting in the place of the CEO or the CS of the company, like this is the one thing that you have to do. What would be that?
Can I take that?
Yeah.
Yes.
So we feel that the supplier issues and the manufacturing quality, product quality is one of the major key issues. The various stakeholders that are there, where we take the CXOs. For example, the commercial airline CEO has just resigned, and the CEO overall of Boeing will be moving out by the end of 2024. So taking a accountability perspective on that part in order to have a crisis management done, and second, internal checking of the supplier quality issues and protection and production quality is one of the major quality assurance across the value chain is one of the major things that they should take from priority perspective.
So, on an immediate basis, I think that they should onboard a CEO who's suitable for the Boeing's business, having an engineering and aviation expertise, so that he can comprehend what all changes are needed to be done, and he fosters the same culture that Boeing had before the merger, that is focusing on quality.
Okay, got it. And apart from Boeing and Airbus, what are the other competitors who are present in the market of the commercial airspace?
Boeing and Airbus combinedly have 99% market share in this industry. Earlier, McDonnell Douglas was a competitor, and there was a merger between McDonnell Douglas and Boeing.
Okay.
And similarly, there was Spirit Aerosystems, which was one of the key suppliers for Boeing. And later, Boeing, what they did was, it was a part of Boeing, but they demerged it in 2005, and now it has become one of the key suppliers for one of the parts of the Boeing commercial airlines fleet. So, Spirit Aerosystems, I think, is also one.
Okay. And do you anticipate that 1% of the market, which is like a very small percentage of the market, to expand in the future, or Boeing and Airbus to be the only leaders in the market, say 20 years down the line?
Okay, so we feel that this market of commercial aerospace is pretty saturated. However, we can find growth in the space and defense segment. There are a lot of companies that are there. I would request Samir to just move on to that slide. Yeah, the previous one. Yeah, so you can see here about 8 to 10 companies are present in this space, and it gives Boeing an edge to compete in this space. Also, like Boeing has implemented its capsule, it has developed just now, so it would have an edge with this. We can see that Boeing's market share in this market is also lesser, not industry leading if we talk about the defense airspace. So here is where growth is present.
Got it. Thank you for answering the questions.
Hi team, great presentation. Like the overall flow, it was brief and to the point in the beginning. Like the identification of the problems and the issues that existed. I do have a few questions and maybe a few observations on the recommendations part. So, what I could observe is a lot of focus. Let's say you've mentioned at places like effective control over suppliers or setting up better committees, collaborate with the FAA. My only observation, or sort of maybe you can throw some insight on that if you have. A lot of focus has been there on the what aspect, what can be done. Not a lot of focus is there on how it should be done, right? You have mentioned at places good recommendations, but they're very general, not specific in the sense, let's say, collaborate with FAA. That could have been done previously also. That is a very simpler recommendation. How do we collaborate? How do you define the term collaborate with FAA? They would not simply, just one more thing, and let's say effective control over supplier. Do you have anything in mind? How do we ensure effective control over supplier? Is it backward integration? Is it maybe simply in your better quality checks, or maybe getting them on board with the staff itself? Any sort of thoughts on that?
Yes, Samir, would you please move on to that slide that I presented about crisis management? The next slide. Yeah, sure. That's fine. So here, for ensuring effective control, like Boeing follows a dual reporting system, as I mentioned.
Yeah.
So first of all, there should be an integrated system, because what we found out was certain times what happens is when a job is done, it's entered in the CMES system for a formal record of the FAA, so that FAA gets to know that Boeing has done the work. But
Right.
it's not entered in the SAT. Since when a job is being entered in the SAT, it obviously there would be a requirement for Boeing to get a quality inspector approval. So, following a dual system poses this threat. Also, the we see that employees are not following the reporting this jobs in this system. So, whenever there is ineffective reporting or by the supplier, like here it happened that the supplier did not report that it had removed the 4 bolts from the door. So, whenever there is improper reporting, there won't be effective checks, even though the process has been designed in a good way, but effective implementation is not happening. So, first of all, there should be some kind of reward system. The reward system should be there. Stick and carrot approach should be followed for the employees to motivate them to report things properly. This can be done with the supplier as well, since this is a kind of an ERP that they are having specifically for this system. So this should be done.
I like to comprehend on the first part. Sorry to cut in between. For the first part, you mentioned that what steps should be taken from like collaborating with FAA. So the essential aspect is in the board, there was not the presence of a safety committee until the crashes had happened. The safety overview was done by the employees itself, and the board was not aware that a safety check is being done or there's a safety check process guidelines that are being involved. So the board's overview over the safety was not done. Also, one of the directors in the board had was also the safety to other companies that was involved in construction of getting in place. Right. So they had mentioned in 2019 that the very first part that in the board meetings is to talk about the product safety, while the same is not being followed in the uh, Boeing's board. There was a normalcy bias that we could see in the board's Boeing. So there's a top-to-down approach in that. And also similarly, based on Shrey's observation, FA had also observed that there were many activities that were done or either not done by the employees, but they were put in the system that they had already done those activities. So this was because uh, the top management was not at all interested in taking the justification from the employees and the whistleblowing mechanism. So that is one of the aspects that could be taken into consideration for the first part of your question.
All right, sounds fair. Good answer. And
To be precise, I would just
yeah,
take 20 10 seconds to summarize it. So,
hmm.
what can be done in this system is like automated system signals can be there. Just when I put in some like a job has been done, automatically it gets assigned to, let's say, a supervisor who would first supervise that the work has been done properly, and then the approval will be given to that work. So that is how the things should proceed in the system, with some automated controls. Internal controls mainly should be strengthened in the system.
Right, a basic
Yes.
quality check with standard operating procedures. Right, that sounds good. And yeah, please go on, Samir. You were saying something.
Yeah, I would like to add on Shreyas point ki if I talk about the aircraft assembly line, so the first stage is fuselage and wing section assembly. So this section has been totally automated by Airbus, but in the case of Boeing, uh, there is only manual. A lot of manual intervention is only there. So if Boeing focuses on like automating this process, and just like he mentioned, ki there is something, there needs to be a mechanism so that the tasks are allocated on a uh, demand or supply basis. So I think that would be a better approach.
A standard operating procedure. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think so. You all answered the question correctly. My only observation was that you knew the solutions or the method to do or implement the sort of recommendations that you had. It's just that it was not in the presentation. And let's say when the question popped up, it was discussed. So that knows that that gives the sense that you've done the research. But my only observation was to focus more on the how. How are things getting done, right? One thing was that, and secondly, if you can explain a bit about, I think so. There was one recommendation also around subsidizing the purchase of the
Yeah.
planes.
Extended warranties and subsidizing pilot training program.
Right. Okay. So. Right, incentives to airlines to encourage them to fly, maybe including extended warranties or in general any sort of incentives. It could be a good alternative. My sense is that the way I look at it is quality or maybe incentivizing is not any substitute, sort of, so to say, to, let's say, the qualities, right?
Hmm.
So it might not be the best alternative. Why? Because already there would be a cash crunch with the changes coming in, and with this, let's say, this sort of incentivizing or cutting your cash flows down further might be counterproductive rather than incentivizing, because quality is not substitutable by this sort of initiative that there is. Subsidized pilot training programs could be, but not, maybe not the incentives to airline, let's say, to encourage them to fly, just because incentivizing to fly is not a substitute for quality, in a sense, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Nee,
So,
so
incentives here. Yes, Samir, go ahead.
by extended warranty we mean कि so, मतलब, there are certain repairs and maintenance costs that needs to be incurred by
Extended warranties bit I understood. I was just focusing on the incentives in general, not
Okay,
the.
so incentives in general actually mean the extended warranties and subsidized pilot training programs only. We do not. We do not want to indicate that there would be any subsidy on the airplane buying. That is not the case. Only the extended warranty would be an incentive, and the subsidized pilot training program would be an incentive.
Right. Yeah. Thanks a lot, guys. Yeah, Amulya, if you have any questions.
Yeah, I think so. Most of the things are answered. What I feel is that one thing which I feel is that like everything was there in terms of the context and everything, but everything was misplaced. I still feel there's a missing answer slide. I still need some answer slide to give me like exactly what you are targeting in through this entire approach. So I think that is something missing, and I think that correlates with parts question, like the how is missing, which is my answer to this entire situation, right? But leaving that apart, I think so. What I also want to understand. So one thing I want to understand from you is that Spirit Aerosystems is currently supplying to Boeing everything, right? Now I want to understand that if that's a yes, then do you feel that Spirit Aerosystem in of itself is going through certain problems, and if they could have mandated certain solutions to that, this situation wouldn't have happened? If that's a yes, then like why is Boeing still getting supplies from Spirit Aerosystems A, and what can Boeing do to make sure that Spirit Aerosystems also do good in the future, supply the right parts?
Okay, so firstly is that Spirit Aerosystems is the current supplier, and Boeing is reliant on it because it's the specialized manufacturer for Boeing, and it was a business that had been spun off from Boeing itself in the year 2005. So because of the specialized parts that are required in the manufacturing of aircraft and being limited suppliers, Spirit has been the best supplier in this segment. However, there are certain issues, and recognizing that, our recommendation was that firstly it should collaborate with its supplier itself, so that the needs are made known to the supplier in a better way. And also, like, every job that is done by the supplier, or every part that is supplied by the supplier, should be inspected. So inspection should be done properly, and this would be done through the standard operating procedure, wherein if the supplier does any work, that would be entered into the system, then the Boeing quality inspector should inspect it. That had happened in the first part of it, when like Alaska Airlines flight, it was repaired. So first time the Boeing quality inspector had inspected it, but in the second part what happened is, obviously Boeing was requiring the plane to be sent to them within the timelines.
Yeah.
But uh, it would have taken time if they would have supplier would have entered it into the system. Then obviously a quality inspector would have to inspect it, and more time would have been taken. So because the employees, this is majorly focused on the culture shift. Like, they want things to be done on time, things to be done in the less cost. So that is where the processes fail. The processes are designed in a better way, good way, but processes are failing because the culture shift has been the main cause.
In that regard, so I see that there's some problem with Spirit going on. There's some problem with Boeing not getting FAA approvals, and there's some problem. So let's say Boeing ignored this thing. Now this goes to Alaska. Alaska has its own inspector officers. In that regard, how do you exactly locate that the problem is within Boeing? I want to understand that.
Okay, so like, this door inspection, it's an internal part, and the problem was with the other part, which had to be repaired. For this, the door plug had to be removed, and it was found that four bolts that are used to fasten this door plug were not present before the flight.
Yeah.
So obviously, there are issues with Alaska Airlines. Like, it also did not take the inspection, but usually it is the case that the airplane manufacturing company is responsible for these kind of issues, and not the airlines.
Okay, I take that. And then let's say go to the last slide. Not the references one, the one above that. Yeah, one below this, the last slide. Yeah, this one. So let's say if you talk about things over here, I see that expecting some kind of figure on this, your passenger traffic is going from 6 trillion to a 20 trillion, which is huge, right? By 2042,
Yeah.
I see. And I also understand the concept and analysis in terms of how defense is going to increase because of the Germany thing and wars coming in place, right? I want to understand that Airbus is also going to capitalize on these kind of things, right? If there's a war crime increasing, then people are employed. Sorry, the customers, the airlines are also going to Airbus for this kind of defense mechanism to make more aircraft for defense purposes, etc., etc. And I also see that the commercial revenue is going to increase humongously because from 6 trillion, it's going to be 20 trillion, the passenger traffic, as per your report. Why do you still think that Boeing is going to capitalize on defense and let's say not on passenger traffic or a commercial thing a lot? When I know that Airbus is also going to use this defense thing and go and get the orders as much as Boeing, because it's a duopoly, right? Both are going to get the orders.
So this is a micro
Okay.
part of the, so that's something internal towards Boeing. When we see the revenue and profit and loss statement of Boeing of the last quarter one of fiscal year 24, we see that there's an increase share of defense and similarly in the profitability of the defense sector. So, as we say that they have to focus on quality over profit in the commercial jet space, there will be a cash crunch over there. And in order to sort of have a going concern with strong financial backing, we need to have investments done in defense and space security segment as well. And that is one of the major parts that why Boeing should go ahead with defense as well, along with the commercial jet. If it focuses only on the commercial jet, sure it can, but as we see from the past, there has been positive trends in defense. So there is no reason why Boeing should not continue in the defense sector.
So if I
Okay,
even
so
take that, then I want to understand then how much of the commercial and how much of the defense then.
Okay, so the question was that do does Boeing need to maintain a diversified portfolio that was there in
Yeah.
the case study? So our answer was that yes, it should maintain a diversified portfolio, and if you're talking about the investment, more the investment is required in the defense. Already the processes are present in the case of commercial, and Boeing has sufficient capacity to cater to these demands as per the Boeing's report itself. Uh, However, it needs investment to be done in defense so that it can build its capacities. Also, defense is more profitable for Boeing, and what is there is Boeing had focus on quality. Now, because airlines want that the airplanes should be affordable,
Yeah.
airplanes there should be fuel efficiency, and all these features have downgraded the quality. Whereas in the case of defense, there are no such particular restrictions when we talk about this pricing and all. Quality is the first thing that comes to mind when it comes to defense or space sector. So
Yeah.
that is where Boeing can lead and outcompete the other players.
So what
And
proportion in like your defense and what proportion out of 100, let's say, in commercial do you expect to be in for Boeing?
For the revenues or for the investment?
For the revenues.
Okay, so
Like
for
I am
the
talking about if you focus on defense as well as
Hmm,
commercial, then out of
hmm.
100%, how much should you think should the focus or the revenues and the investments should be on commercial and how much should be on a focus on defense? The proportion
Okay,
I'm talking about. You can take it as a revenue and then further investments.
okay. Okay. So currently, if you see, the revenues in the defense have been higher than commercial. So it's almost, I can say, about 60-40%, 60% defense and 40% commercials. So
Yeah.
that this trend is expected to continue for a few years, but like talking from a very long perspective, maybe 20 years, I would think that defense is not a segment that you could expect regular revenues over the 20 years, since obviously when the countries build their arsenal of and have their aircrafts reinstated, you won't get regular orders for that. Your Certainly your commercial is going to be the thing that is going to grow, and you also have a ready market for it. There's a duopoly. So and this is 737, that is the best selling single aisle aircraft for Boeing as well. The only issues were faced with respect to the quality. So I think that would, over the time for the next 10 years, it would be about 60-40 defense and commercial space, and then it would change to about 30-70, being 30 being the defense and 70 would be coming from commercial only.
Okay, sounds good to me. Yeah. Thanks.
Judges, would you like to take a 10-minute break here?
Yeah. Um, sure.
Okay, sure. We'll continue
Yeah,
this
that
after
works.
10
Thank you.
minutes.
Yeah, maybe just we can just connect after 15 minutes. We can grab
Okay,
some more.
works. Okay, totally
All
works.
right.
Thank you.
Also, judges, just a heads up, just try to keep the Q&A round a bit short. You can just give the participants a time frame of like 20-30 seconds to answer your question, because it's like we are exceeding the allocated time by a lot. So just try to keep the Q&A round brief and to the point.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Thank
Sure.
you.
Uh, yeah, hi. It's just me.
Okay, sure. Judges, we are moving on with our presentations. Here we have Team Manav Abhijandani from the University of New South Wales. You may begin your presentation.
Okay. Oh, very good afternoon to each one of you present here. Today, we'll be talking about how Boeing can exactly do a strategy revamp given its current product and safety failures. So, let's get started right away with Boeing's crisis management and immediate action plan. So, we're talking about safety audits and integration of advanced analytics for QC checks. And we're introducing the digital twin technology, which basically simulates aircraft in different scenarios and uses the Kaizen technology, which stands for continuous improvement, so that Boeing can predict a conflict beforehand, tying up with AI tools such as IBM Maximo, MATLAB and Simulink, and Rockwell Automation.
Hi,
Reese?
sorry to interrupt, Manav. I think so. It's not in the presentation mode. We are not able to see the next screen, or is it only for
Oh,
me?
uh, okay. I'm actually on slideshow. Let me present again. Uh, yeah, can you see the screen now?
Yeah.
Yes, you can see.
Okay, I'll just start again. Uh, Sorry for that. A very good afternoon again. So today we'll be running you through the strategy revamp for Boeing. So let's get started right away with the crisis management plan. So the first is, of course, safety audits and integration of advanced analytics for QC checks. So here we are doing a digital twin technology. So basically, different scenarios can be modeled because of the Kaizen technology. So airborne conflicts can be predicted beforehand by Boeing, and this can be done by using AI tools such as IBM Maximo, which is an asset management tool which is used for maintenance of physical assets. MATLAB and Simulink is used for computing and simulating different scenarios in design change. And Rockwell Automation, again, is an automation tool where we use advanced predictive analytics for predicting any sort of conflicts or any crisis which might occur. Also, from a supply chain optimization perspective, we're looking at global outsourcing destinations, especially, of course, in North America and Asia, as we know it, to reduce costs. And negotiation of financing options, because there has been a lot of loss due to loss of financial value. So probably they can look to issuing bonds or money market instruments such as commercial papers. Industry partnerships with tech companies who are specialized in the aviation space. Also, we are looking to revamp the marketing campaign through an omni-channel strategy known as Trust in Every Wingbeat. For the leadership transformation, holding simulated workshops for the leadership team and management, forums and town halls, and annual innovation challenges where employees can submit innovative solutions to product safety issues. Moving on to the next slide where we speak about corporate governance. So there are three key frameworks here and of course benchmarks. The COSO framework is basically used for operational strategic and risk assessment matrices, which is built before any production process is laid out. The AS9100D is a goldmine, especially when it comes to ensuring quality control in every part of the production process. So being just in adherence with that can give Boeing a huge edge. The CSR, obviously, these are sustainable reporting metrics, which is proposed by GRI strictly for the aviation industry. We also have the ISB, which is strictly focused on efficiency and safety in business aircraft operation. And the MBCA compliance is a compliance act based in the US, which is of the highest standard with respect to governance for the aviation industry. The NatCap also is a very supply centric process where the every part of the supply chain which is handled by third party suppliers is analyzed and of course is of the highest quality. From a governance perspective, it is important to hire more number of independent directors who come from a vast variety of backgrounds to gain different perspectives on governance. And of course, integrating technology for governance through real-time KPIs and dashboard metrics so that it is visible across the organization. And there are some key supporting evidences down there that 30% reduction through AS9100D in product defects, and companies who are in alliance with NatCap experience a 25% increase in product reliability. Moving on to operational redevelopment, we are focused on R&D, especially in sustainable propulsion systems, which is, in simple words, switching to hybrid electric architectures. So this can be an energy efficient move. Using neural networks, which is basically, as we spoke earlier about, advanced predictive analytic for collision avoidance. Also implementing emerging technologies such as UTM and remote towers. UTM is basically for drone management due to increase in drone activity today. Remote towers is, in simple words, enabling air traffic control. So from you can just by a central hub, you can monitor air traffic across different locations. The customizable cabin configuration uses modular designs and lightweight materials with tie-ups with Safran Aerospace, AI-driven predictive maintenance algos, and comprehensive training programs, as we spoke earlier. But from a sustainability angle, it is important to switch to greener alternatives such as biofuels and to reduce carbon emissions, and also the eVTOL technology, which is basically used for not long transportation or not long distance travel. This can also be an extended sort of service offering for Boeing. So on the right, you see pretty big brands out there. So for example, Collins is into avionics, GE is into pure engineering, and of course Dassault Systems into 3D modeling. So this can unlock a lot of value for Boeing as well. So these are some crazy statistics out there. Like more than 70% of airlines want to invest in cybersecurity programs, 50% to invest in AI, which was expected to save them 40 billion annually by 2030. On the implementation front, this is a 7-year implementation plan. So the step one is obviously finding that that good tech partnership who can implement the proposed technologies, doing a pilot test in 2027, running the marketing campaigns of trust your wing beat, and consolidating all the new governance practices which will actually boost decision making. But throughout the implementation plan, it is important to have safety audits and strategic reviews in place at every given step of the production process. These are some of the key risks which we see. Of course, this is a very highly regulated industry, so FAA compliance issues, supply chain vulnerabilities, as we spoke earlier, and also tech integration and data management. So this is going to be a very, very important risk as new technologies get adopted. And of course, from a financial perspective, so all the new technologies proposed will require or will cause a lot of budgetary constraints. So it might impact or will cause fluctuations in the ROCE and the ROI. So the way to combat all of these is obviously having robust infrastructure and contingency plans, and also introduce A/B testing of different scenarios of the proposed initiatives. So the last part of the case tells us, whether we want to specialize in, airlines, or we want to diversify into the space and defense industry. So before we get started, the specializing in airlines, the upside of it is obviously it's a focused investment. Boeing definitely has resources in place. It can adapt to market changes pretty quickly. It has that brand authority globally today. But there are also certain limitations to it. That is vulnerability from a innovation and resource standpoint, because there has been repeated failures. As soon as a couple of days earlier, I read in the news there were some failures and opportunity costs as well. So moving on to the last slide, so we recommend that Boeing should diversify into the space and defense markets. It's primarily because it's a huge opportunity cost, and which is growing at about 8.2% CAGR. And also there is stability in cash flows because of securing long-term government contracts. It's a beautiful risk mitigation strategy. And we know some of the hot markets today are North America, Asia, and of course, India seems to be at the forefront today. And of course, we are stumbling blocks because this would actually hinder the organizational hierarchy and would add an element of complexity into the whole strategy. And sustaining leadership and hiring them would obviously be a big problem. But given the market potential and the existing resources Boeing already has in place, space and defense should be a beautiful strategy to go ahead. With this, we conclude today's presentation. Thank you so much.
Judges, proceed with the questions, please.
Yeah, man of great presentation. Really like the flow of the presentation and the entire tone with which presentation was conducted, highlighting on the challenges and also the mitigations. So good work on that. However, I have few questions to ask. Like you proposed, like the partnerships element, right?
Yeah.
Going ahead with aggressive partnerships to stabilize market share, etc. But I feel that whenever a company partners with partnerships, it comes increased challenges, um, change of management, merger of managements, merger of employees, and everything. So, in the
Yeah.
situation where Boeing is already at the forefront of facing these challenges, don't you think that these additional partnerships will bring more challenges rather than Boeing should only focus on its business, stabilize its business first, and then move to the other XYZ things?
Absolutely, absolutely. At this stage, it's very critical. Although I'll just mention two quick points. Number one would be in the partnerships. Obviously, these are just options, not all of them. But yeah, I think partnering with someone with the only risk which we foresee is, of course, the synergies. It might not lead to much of value unlocking, but these partners have been selected based, of course, on their track record and the safety mechanisms they have built in the past, and of course their track record with other partnerships which they have had. So I think not all, but I think having a niche partner in a specific domain would sort of help generate a lot of value, but not getting it all over the place. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you for answering.
Thank you.
One of great presentation, like the way you presented the data, the identification of the problems, and the breadth of the solutions as well.
Thank
I
you.
think so. Following up on Niharika's question, I think so. I
Yeah.
also had that. If you can, what I felt a little bit missing was, as I said, breadth of options or breadth of recommendations was there, but prioritization was missing. I feel.
Right.
Right. You also mentioned that these are partnerships to consider. Not all of them would be considered. Right.
Correct.
So
Yeah.
one thing maybe for future reference as well is prioritizing. You can provide n number of recommendations, but maybe you can sort of create your own matrix or
Correct.
sort of structure of sorts where you can maybe check the financial feasibility, applicability of the recommendations, synergies, or impact that they would have, because you've provided a lot of things. One, they're not prioritized, and that is why I'm also not able to see the financial from a financial feasibility lens, right?
Correct. Correct.
Because even if let's say if we go one slide above this, if,
Uh,
I'll give you a reference, right? Yes. No, one slide more. Right. So even in this slide, digital twin technologies, there simulations.
yep.
You give an example of supply chain optimization. All these are humongous changes which require a lot of integration, and
Correct.
if you could have substantiated it with financials or maybe metrics, then I would have made more sense out of
Correct.
it that, okay, this
Correct.
is feasible, this has this sort of an impact. So one thing
Got
was,
it.
and secondly, yeah, if we can move on to the slide where you've mentioned UTM and customer centricity once.
Yeah.
Yes, this one. Now, I need your sense on this customer centricity, let's say from a customer experience perspective or a
Yeah.
support perspective. Is that sort of a solution or even a requirement in the current state of things, considering
Right.
the problems it's facing? Is it
Yeah.
the core problem or sort of one of the core problems that Boeing is having?
Perfect. Thank you for that question. I think the beautiful part about customizable cabin config is that it also solves in-flight controls for the crew and for the customer. So as you mentioned, definitely it does provide customer experience, but our main focus is through modular designs and lightweight materials. So basically, what it means is using infrastructure which not only is more efficient in weight, but at the same time it also provides a robust safety infrastructure for the people in not only in the flight but also in the system mechanism. So that's basically what it means. So this hits like two boxes. So from it also improves customer experience in the flight, but also at the same time it uses efficient materials which improve the overall flight infrastructure by keeping the weight very at the minimum. So yeah.
Right. Okay. Good answer. And last thing is the implementing emerging technologies. Do you feel UTM and remote TARS again? This one only
Yeah.
is something again which sort of targets the core problems for now, the quality
Correct.
issues, the governance aspect, or yeah, please go on.
Yeah. UTM, I would say, would be an extended service offering, but remote towers is something where Boeing. So Boeing, just a fact check, like at the moment as we speak, Boeing already has infrastructure set up in certain airports, especially in the US and Germany.
Right.
So the remote towers can be a part. So and since it's already a part, it's already under the Boeing brand name. So they can use remote towers for their own betterment or for their own flights landing on specific airports. But as you mentioned very rightly, that UTM is an extended service offering. Yeah.
Right, okay, I think so. That answers the question. Good job, man.
Thank you.
Hi, Manav. I appreciate your work on the deck, and I think it's pretty structured. I love it in terms of the structure of the deck. I
Thank
feel
you.
two, three things are still missing.
Yeah.
Either I didn't cash on them. One could be your so the thing we talked about right now, the collaborations, or let's say the mergers. If something want to happen for Boeing, I think that opportunities are also with Airbus, right? They can also
Correct.
capitalize on those things. In that regard, I want to see some kind of financial comparison. Why would these things will happen exclusively to Boeing and but not Airbus, right? It's a
Correct.
duopoly, so I can
Yeah.
always go ahead and take their customers. Why can't Airbus go ahead and do that? If they do
Correct.
that, then Boeing is out of the picture. So how does this
Correct.
exactly help Boeing? I can just draw the link on that. Second thing I want to understand is that I don't see a long term and a short term perspective on your deck. Maybe
Right.
if you have something on mind, you can elaborate on that.
Yep, yep. Perfect. So just to answer the first question, definitely. I mean, this is a question I think which is so relevant for every industry, even for like small companies. So
Yeah.
why can't Google do the same thing? But that's totally relevant. But the I think finding a partners is not an issue, but finding the niche where the partner would benefit compared to and also I think step one starts with identifying the pain points what Airbus faces, and I'm sure some of the challenges would be similar but not the same. So
Yeah.
I think finding that niche, that one partner who can do a lot of value unlocking rather than a lot of them would be good for Boeing. And the second your second question was
Yeah, what are long term and short term plans? How do they what how does implementation flow in the long term and short term?
correct. Yeah. So I think first, I think in my personal opinion, Boeing should prioritize on developing a technology and just basically rebuilding the loss of brand image which they have from time to time. So I think this would be showcasing to internal and external stakeholders what sort of production processes they're adopting, being transparent about it, and also propagating them to the employees, and of course enhancing training. But also the second part would be, I think, making sure these partnerships are tested well. These pilot tests need to go through, the results need to go through, and they need
Yeah.
to be a little more aggressive on that. Yeah.
So as in like this pilot test and everything happens in the long term, you were saying?
No, so it should. So if there, I think that step one priority would be to just find partners. But
Yeah.
then probably after 6 months to probably one financial year, they should definitely jump to a pilot test in a very small geographic area.
But in a scenario where the entire industry is in losses, Airbus is in losses, Boeing is
Correct.
in losses, not just this year, but like say from the past years also. In terms of profits, I'm talking about net,
Correct.
right? I'm not talking about the gross figures. In those regards, why do you still see that a merger is going to help them when there's a lot of cash burn? A, B,
Right.
there's a leadership change happening. C, when you do a merger, there's a change management which has to happen, right? Your
Correct.
shares have to flow into multiple people now. Board of director changes. How do you think so that helps them? Like,
Right.
yeah.
So, yeah. So I think in this deck, necessarily what I'm proposing is not a merger, but rather a
Mhm.
partnership. So I think when a merger happens, as we said, a lot of business functions
Yeah.
get dilapidated. But a partnership is something which can, it's no one is necessarily acquiring each other, but it's just targeting a specific business function only for improvement perspective. So here, for example, it's safety. But as you mentioned on the loss front. Probably I also spoke about raising financing, and the reason I did
Yeah.
not get in equity is primarily because of that reason, that currently Boeing has also had a credit rating downgrade to triple B minus. So I think that would just dilute further shareholder value. So I think just sticking to short term fundraising instruments would help them from a financing perspective.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, makes sense. I think so. Yeah, just last question. So you talked about some kind of licensing. So I just want to understand. Let's say you propose this AF9100D licensing.
Yeah.
I understand. I need to know who are the partners currently and why didn't Boeing till date after the crashes have signed up for this kind of licensing.
Correct. I think the one point to that question is, like, as we speak, the latest thing I read was Boeing is in talks to get ISB,
Mm-hmm.
the compliance that on board. But regarding A9100D, the thing with that is it stated a lot. It requires a lot of heavy compliance costs only because of there are a lot of lot of changing government rules and regulations only for AS9100D just because they want to keep up the standards. So I think just because that Boeing has not been able to implement that yet, but I definitely see that going ahead, and I think any compliance rules which is probably more strict than their current compliance rules should be better. Even I think financial ethics state the same, that always follow the rules which is more strict, even if it probably doesn't make sense to you, but it just ensures that you as a brand and your goodwill is protected. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, sounds good to me. And then just last question on this slide.
Yep.
I see sustainable aviation fuels. I've heard a lot about it in the past few months or the let's say last year. I've seen airlines adopting this. I want to understand this something which Boeing is currently have started doing, right? If you read articles about it in December 23, they have started talking about
Correct.
sustainable aviation fuels. Last
Yeah.
quarter they have started funding it in terms of 9 billion I've seen. How do
Correct.
you? So what is the extension on this point? Like, what
Yeah.
is exactly proposing on the sustainable aviation fuel?
Perfect, perfect. I think yeah, we too read about it. So the thing is, they have implemented using sustainable fuels, but it is not spread across all of the 100% of their operations. So and because of that, like since they are focused only on a niche geographic region, what's happening is their initial outlay is overshooting the ROI which they're supposed to get from these aviation fuels. So I think getting that economies of scale out will give them that a little margin for using these fuels. So that's why I think just
Okay.
democratizing aviation fuels should be good for them. Yeah.
Okay, can we just lastly go to the slide wherein you have talked
Yeah.
about defense, expansion of defense and stuff?
Yeah.
Um, exactly, yeah. So I see it from a perspective that you propose a diversifying solution. I just want to just feedback in terms of like I want to know more. I think so. There could be more talks about just not commercial. Why both sectors? If both sectors, how much I'm getting from commercial, how much I'm getting from defense. If both sectors, what is the long term plan? Do we, in short term, do we just focus on defense and somewhat on commercial? In the long term, do we just go to commercial because commercial expanding? It's never gonna stop, right?
Yeah.
Passengers are always gonna come. So I
Correct.
just wanted to know more about that. But yeah,
Correct.
so yeah, on looks of
Correct.
it, it's good.
Yeah, I think like the one of the main reasons why they should diversify is in the industry, in the airlines industry, many of the resources can either be transformed into using in the space and defense sector. So I think it is not something where I'd say like which is like a total blank shit for them. But I think that's definitely number one, and number two is just the market opportunity. So the opportunity cost seems to be pretty high now. Especially the recent advancements what we have seen. So I think capitalizing on that, it's better to start early than better than now than never. Also because from a resource perspective, like I think the only problem which they might face is if they're trying to focus too much of their resources on space and defense, that should not cause an imbalance on on the airlines industry, which is already in a bit of a trouble. So I think striking that perfect balance between the two and knowing what to prioritize what. So right now safety is an issue. Just focus on getting that 100% right. At the same time, continue your R&D in the space and defense. So I think that's why I believe like probably this should be a definitely good move.
Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, kudos for giving something different on this view. I think so. You had different solutions, unique solutions. I like that. Yeah.
Thank you
All
so
the
much.
best.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Manav. Your presentation was a banger, and the flow with which you went and presented it was really awesome. And you handled the questions really well too. Thank you very much for being a part of this competition.
Thank you so much.
All right, judges. The next team is Team Case Wizards from MDI Gurgaon. Are
We're
all the
not
members
able
of Team
to hear
Case
your screen.
Wizards?
Hello everyone.
Hello everyone.
You guys can share your screen and start.
Yeah. Shall we start? Are we all there? Is everybody here?
Yes, yes, it's audible.
Okay. Okay. Should I start?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, judges. Today, the team Case Wizards is going to talk about Boeing, a company that was started in 1916 with the objective of if it ain't Boeing, we ain't going, and straight to 2018, where a series of air crashes resulted in 346 deaths, over 1,200 cancelled orders, and lastly, over $80 billion of losses, which severely impacted the company's reputation and well being. Apart, so now when we dig deep into the whys and hows, let's we have devised a strategic roadmap, starting with identifying the immediate challenges, the key performance indicators, identifying a craft crisis management plan, then moving ahead to the comprehensive business strategy, and lastly, strengthening the governance reforms for the overall well-being of the company. So, moving ahead on the challenges, uh, as we can see, we have identified the four most immediate challenges which have arisen from the recent incidents. But when we look ahead and we ask which are the most crucial ones here, by following a stakeholder impact assessment, we can conclude that brand mismanagement and lack of market confidence actually impacts the most amount of stakeholders listed down here.
Okay. Now, to address these challenges, we'll also need to look into the financials of Boeing and further benchmark it with Airbus, its biggest competitor, to see where things are going wrong. Now, when we analyzed the revenue, what we saw is that despite Boeing having a higher revenue, there is an astounding difference in the net profit of these two entities. So, to understand it better, we looked at both the revenue and cost side of the issues. So, under the revenue thing, we saw that the total deliveries of the commercial are low, and because of this there is higher backlogs, and ultimately this is resulting in lower demand for new orders. There are also regulatory issues such as the grounding of flights and failure to meet certain safety criteria. When we talk about the cost side issues, there are two components in it. So there is higher production cost. This can be because of higher inventory days, higher cost per plane, higher cost of raw materials, and then there is also non-recurring expenses, all owing to the crisis of 737 Max, and this is impacting the profitability of Boeing. So, to summarize over here, there are three major problems at hand. First is the revenue concentration in one region, which is the US. Second is the profitability concerns, and thirdly is the operational inefficiency.
Going ahead, we have crafted a strategic crisis management plan which takes into account the immediate challenges. And I would like to start with the first important problem, which was the brand mismanagement I mentioned before. While we acknowledge here that the leadership of Boeing has been inefficient and there has been a lack of empathy from their end to acknowledge the accidents properly, from here on we propose that there should be a strong acknowledgement from the leadership and the board's end to take responsibility for the accidents and also commit to the pledge of rebuilding trust one flight at a time. The next one, which was increasing market confidence, we will follow a strong engagement approach with the investors and shareholders, where we'll be fully transparent about the financial reporting and also communicate the succession plans very clearly to enhance the trust factor. Again, the next part, which was the safety assurance, we would want to establish mandatory subcommittees across all operational levels and also aim to achieve full compliance with the Federal Aviation Authority standards by 2026 and promptly resolve any penalties. And lastly, for streamlining supply chain, we would want to evaluate the supply performance and also create contingency plans in hand. And most importantly, the financial performance part, we would want to refine the debt and capital structure through refinancing and also look into the cost efficiency by streamlining operations. To conclude, like a safety assurance at every step of value chain is going to be a very big game changer for the overall well-being of the company.
Now, the most important thing. So, we have created a strategic blueprint for Boeing to follow, and we have divided it into three parts. One is the immediate immediate actions that they have to take. Second is the medium term, and third is the long term plan. So in the first thing, what they have to do is in the second half of this year is to increase their production rate goals, have a quality first approach, and strengthen their supply chain management. Now they can do this by taking three key decisions. So the first one would be a favorable renewal of their 10-year contract with IIM. Second is a prompt decision on the Spirit Aerosystems acquisition. And thirdly is expanding their 787 Dreamliner production. Because as per the Boeing commercial market outlook, what we have saw is that there is a demand projection of upwards of 800 aircrafts for this. In fact, Thai Airways has already given a 45 aircraft order for this particular aircraft. Coming to the medium term, they need to achieve certification for the 737 MAX 7 design because the engine that is used over here, which is the nacelle design, is also used in the 737 MAX 10. If they are able to achieve the certification on a timely basis, they will be able to retain their orders for United Airlines. Then they also need to increase the production rate of 737 MAX to at least 50 per month so as to not fall behind Airbus. In the future, they need to manufacture new and modern designs for passenger fleets as well as freighter crafts so as to close the gap in the market. And if they are able to timely deliver their 777X model, then that would be a plus. So to conclude over here, all our recommendations can be summarized into three major strategies of Boeing, which is production, supply, and quality. And if they are able to get these things right, then they can start with catching up. And in the medium term, they will be able to maintain the duopoly in the industry and finally outcompete Airbus by finding some sort of avenues in the future. Now, the question over here is whether they should diversify their portfolio or simply focus on the commercial sector. Our recommendation would be to focus on the commercial sector. Reason being that, according to again the Boeing projections, there is going to be a 3x demand in the commercial sector, specifically the single aisle aircrafts. So, under the passenger, there is an increase in demand because of rise in global middle income households and increased interest in leisure travels. Whereas for cargo, there is a shift in the supply chains and there is a boost in e-commerce. So basically, our recommendation over here is to focus on commercial. When we talk about the global delivery services, the revenue over here is ancillary. And basically, over here, what we would suggest is to maintain their pace and be at par with the technological advancements. In the defense, space, and security, they are bleeding money because there is a fixed price contracts in this segment. So over here, our suggestion would be to simply focus on the cost. Overall, they should have a bullish approach towards the commercial sector and focus on controlling costs in the other sectors.
Lastly, but most importantly, the most important part, as we all know that corporate governance is the foundation for any business, we have followed a three-line defense strategy which targets operational management, risk compliance, and strengthening the internal audit function. And apart from that, since we have identified two things. First is accountability and second is responsibility for every executive at every step of the value chain, right from the CEO till the employee level, for everyone the guiding factor would be to not only just increase production, to have more quality in the production. And that's how we conclude the presentation, and thank you so much. Now we're open for questions.
Judges, we would also like to mention one thing. So in the pitch deck that we've submitted, there's been a mistake in the figure that we've represented for Airbus in the net profit margin. By mistake, we've shown a negative figure over here, whereas it should be positive. So that is something that we wanted to clarify.
Judges, questions, please.
Yep. Overall, great presentation, guys. Good work on the presentation. One question I had to ask. It's a very hypothetical question, but just wanted to know your thought process, what you guys think about this. Do you guys feel that, as it is a duopoly market, we know two players dominate the market, and Boeing has been acquiring many partners in the past. So do you guys foresee maybe in like 20, 30 years Boeing forming some partnership with Airbus so to have that monopoly in the market? And does it has the capacity to do that, or the operations permit that, or the market conditions permit that? It's a very hypothetical question. So just 20, 30 seconds of your answer would help. Just want to know your thought process.
Right, ma'am. So, question here is: can Boeing in future can be a monopoly, right?
Yeah.
So right now, if we see Boeing is going down, right, Airbus can take an advantage, but Airbus capacity is not enough. There's a 4,000 demand for aircrafts, but Airbus is not, can't deal with it. So our answer would be that the global market is too huge for only one player to have a monopoly. There's a more chances that there will always be a duopoly, but as innovation and as there are technical advancement, 1%, 10% can be a possibility, but we would like to say duopoly is the way ahead also.
Got it. Yeah. Thank you for answering.
Okay. I just have like few questions. I feel your presentation was quite good, quite in the flow, and I think everything made sense to me somehow. And I don't really have a lot of questions. I just have few clarities to make. So can we go to slide wherein you're showing the financials of Q1 2024? Okay.
Yeah, it's quarter 24.
Yeah, got it. So I just want to know your perspective on like, so your solutions are based on what I feel is based on the flow of this kind of financial. If you talk about the financials of, let's say, a year over year, both Airbus and Boeing are in losses. If you talk about the previous financials of, let's say, a past 10 years, I see Boeing getting a lot of business in terms of revenue and everything. In line of that, I just want to understand, uh, like the kind of solutions you have thrown to us. How do they exactly fall for Boeing when they are already doing a lot of revenue, right? Let's say this is just a dip in the revenue. It's always going to come back and take a shape. How are your solutions actually tying up with the recent immediate part? I want to understand.
Right. So to reiterate, the question is that Boeing has all past 10 years been doing good in financials.
Yeah.
So how are we comparing this with the financial performance, right?
Yeah, and even if you talk about Airbus, right, both are quite at par. So I just want to know what is in your solution something which sets apart Boeing in terms of them getting a better hand in the market share, something like that.
Right. So if we go to 2018, you're right, Boeing's financial looks good. But over the period of time, because of 2 years of grounding of
Yeah.
787, 737, they have actually a lot of net recurring, non-recurring costs which has piled up, which is reflecting in their net loss because recurring cost has piled up. So if they right now don't fulfill their new orders, don't increase their production rate, because Airbus is aiming at 74 per month production rate till next year, and Boeing is struggling to follow 38 per month, right? So if this gap is not, it doesn't get filled up, the figure will reverse. Airbus right now is a critical movement for Boeing to catch up and maintain the financials. That is what we're trying to do. It is also reflecting in financial, as in the inventory days that Boeing is using is 418 days, which Airbus is able to do in 258. So considering that they have the opportunity, they can clear their backlog, provided they get their operational right, which will eventually reflect then in profitability. One more key finding, like now we can see the global picture is quite unpredictable, right? If something happens in one area, it disrupts the market. Problem here is the Boeing's revenue is concentrated. 62% is coming from US only, whereas Airbus has a global market share. The risks are spread. So if Boeing doesn't follow these intangible things, the picture can look very much problematic for Boeing in future. That is what we're trying to say.
Okay, and let's go to the slide where you have shown the orders, the kind of orders in our prioritization slide. We have
Right,
given prioritizations.
right.
Okay, yeah, exactly here. So I know that for a fact that United still has like a 50 airplane 737 Max order with the Boeing thing. Now that after the grounding has happened and everything has happened, what do you exactly feel about this kind of orders? Will they be taken away from Boeing? Will they be reduced? If yes, why? If not, does a solution help?
Right. So United Airlines has given an order to Boeing, that is there. So right now, 737 had to be delivered in 2020 in that time frame,
Yeah.
right? But engine upgradation has delayed that order, and the problem is United Airlines is thinking to actually buy 321 Neo from Airbus. They've already given order for 3 dozen, that is 36 aircraft, right? So if Boeing, but there's still demand, right? They're also looking for 737 Max because of the additional capacity. So Boeing has to speed it up. They have chance here. If they're able to do it quick, they will be able to given more orders, fulfill that orders. They have not cancelled it, United Airlines, but then they are rethinking. That is why we have put it in a priority area, that we adhere to that. That is what I would like to.
Therefore, my question comes in, like, why is this like a priority three? Because if you understand it correctly, then orders to aayenge hi aayenge, right? Even if they have gone to the Airbus, they have not taken their orders back from Boeing.
Right,
Orders
right.
are gonna come. The idea is how do you exactly fulfill them? Even if you talk about your certification, the IIM certification, that has to be fulfilled at any given point. You can't really proceed with your production if you don't really fulfill your certifications and renewals, right? In that regard, I just want to understand, or maybe if you, how do you exactly want to reprioritize this, or if that this prioritization looks good to you, because I don't exactly understand this prioritization in the first place.
Right, right.
Uh,
Actually, these priorities are linked. For example, if the first step is certification of nacelle engine, which will be used in 737 Max. So that
uh-huh.
is a step one. If they are able to do nacelle engine for 2025, 2024 is the timeline which we can't look for. It is 2025 only that they can achieve this nacelle design, providing they can increase their production rate. Clubbed together, they'll be able to deliver 737 Max. That is why it is a chained approach. One follows the other,
Okay.
and these priorities are not like what we said, not compartmentalized. They are in a step by step format, because one follows the other.
Okay, and I just want to take your POV on this one thing. So if you see that Boeing in general has a lot of orders from the industry as compared to Airbus in the past, in the past years, if you talk about, right?
Right.
So in that regard, if an XYZ company is fulfilling an order of, let's say, 100, and an XYZ company is fulfilling an order of 50, in that regard, do you think so the chances of like falling into some kind of errors and something like that is more for Boeing, and therefore this is something which can be taken into account? Or even if you like just go for 50 orders, you can still work without any, like, you can still go ahead with no errors or errors, like just comparing these two things. So like if someone is fulfilling more of orders, getting more of revenue, there's a higher chance of like error occurring in the first place. Do you acknowledge that, or do you feel that doesn't really make a difference in the first place?
I would like to just ask again, because this slightly I'm not clear on the question. But what I can feel is that question is that do they chase more number of order, or they look for quality or error? Is it
Yeah, and then how does you prioritize both the things?
Yeah, right. So, for example, everything comes from reputation, right? Boeing had the reputation that if it's ain't Boeing, we ain't going, right? That is where the brand comes. That is where the order comes.
Yeah.
So, if we don't prioritize our safety, people will have to rethink. That happened with French case also, when diplomacy happened, that people are actually shifting to Airbus just because there's a door unplugged, there's an engine flames. So if we don't prioritize quality, our order will definitely be a problem. We will not get orders. So I think priority has to be on safety, and we have to, because it's like if we miss one critical thing. For example, in Indonesia flight, 180 people, around 180 people lost their life. That is a huge cost. I believe priority has to be on safety, and then order will eventually come in.
Okay, just from the last perspective. Oh yeah, please ensure. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to add on to it. Like when we mentioned that they need to increase their production rate
Yeah.
goals, they are currently not running at like their full capacity
Yeah.
because of grounding of flights, because of regulatory issues. So when we say that they need to increase their production rate goals, they
Mhm.
actually need to come back to their original capacity that they were doing, so as to
Right.
fulfill orders. Because if they're not fulfilling their orders timely, the revenue is not coming into the firm. When the revenue is not coming into the firm, they will not be able to convert it into working capital and move ahead quickly. So that is why when we mention that increase the production rate goals, in general, we want them to come back to their original capacity.
Which can be fairly balanced with the quality checks, because it's
Okay.
not the quality is getting those order. Actually, it's a supply chain problem which has limited their fulfilling capacity
So
of
if I
order.
understand it correctly, you may reduce your orders, but just increase your quality checks, something like that. Yeah.
Right, because that has been a culture of Boeing pre 1996, and that was engineer led culture that bear good fruits for Boeing, and I would say we would like to continue with that.
And just last question on the defense or the sector expansion. I just want to understand that till the time all these presentations have been happening, I'm just hearing one thing that, oh, they're increasing more revenue in defense, and therefore they should definitely expand a lot in defense. Commercial can be a second priority. From you, I get a very unique perspective that, oh, commercial should be your first priority. Please focus on that. Just some light on that. That why would you think that? And even if increasing revenues in defense for the at least current quarter, why would you still want to expand in
So
commercial?
our understanding comes from the simple line that single aisle aircraft is a bread and butter for a commercial aircraft for the aircraft manufacturer like Boeing. That
Okay.
is where most of the profit comes in. That is one point. And if we see the numbers, there will be an increase in demand in passengers and freight. Like we've mentioned that there's an increase in middle income, people are opting for passenger flights, and because of world is interconnected, so e-commerce is expanding, that will increase their cargo demand. And if we see 76% is a single aisle aircraft, and most of the demands and backlogs are of commercial aircrafts. So I believe that is why we have prioritized that commercial has to come first, and defense, because the contract nature is such that Boeing has to bear an overrun in cost. So right, so actually, if cost overruns like it happened previously, their net profit got halved because of defense, which is affecting their bottom line. That is why we've given this recommendation.
Right, makes sense. Yeah. Sorry, Parth, for taking a lot of time. Yeah. Thanks, guys. All the best.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's okay. I think so. One of my questions were also covered. I was also doubtful, or actually wanted your opinion on the priority for 2024 production, quality, and SCM. In my opinion, this could have been shuffled even from the presentation perspective because quality does come first. I think so. That's been discussed already. So add that in mind. And on this slide itself, the priority two for I think so the second row, deciding on Spirit Aerosystems acquisition. Just a sort of a feedback, and also want your thought on that. Writing this sort of thing like deciding on Spirit Aerosystems acquisition. Right now, let's say you're presenting or you're the strategy board for Boeing, and you are preparing their strategy going forward. So one observation here would be avoiding mentioning like deciding on Spirit Aerosystems altogether if you don't have an opinion on that. Otherwise, have an opinion as to what's your thought process, what should be the steps for acquisition.
Definitely, I think that's a very good feedback. We are learning through it, so
Yeah.
we will take that in mind for the
And
next.
and if I may, what's your opinion on the acquisition? If you've researched around that.
Yeah, so we are not deeply. I think they are considering acquisition, but I'm sorry. I think that
I've
language.
read a little about it, not in depth. So
Yeah.
over here, basically, Spirit Aerosystems was a part of Boeing early on. It was only later that they got separated and came under a private entity. So
Right.
over here, when it comes to the defaults that are happening, technical defaults, it is from Spirit Aerosystems. And if they acquire Spirit Aerosystems and bring it under their own uh, aegis, then what would happen is that they can have a quality check on it. They can perform quality checks and ensure that there are no issues or defaults in the raw materials that are being created to manufacture the aircraft. So, like, whatever I have read, according to that, I would believe that acquisition would be a way forward, and it would solve a lot of problems because a lot of like the middlemen, would be removed from the picture.
Right, and I think so. Now I circle back to the priority list for the first row itself. That supply chain strengthening supply chain management is sort of covering this relation between the Spirit, the middlemen, and the Boeing. And hence, I also would have liked if the prioritization would have maybe quality first plus SCM would have been together, and then the increase in production rate goals one. And secondly, just a small follow-up question on that: let's say backward integration or integrating the Spirit Aerosystems once again in its ambit, would that be the best alternative, or would that just essentially solve the problem which we are trying to target, the quality checks, even though even the raw material or the system, whichever material we are receiving from them, Boeing is receiving from them, should undergo a quality check in their system itself?
Uh,
Is the
so
package backward integration the solution for that?
So over here, the main issue is coming with the supplier itself. And when we talk about the aircraft manufacturing industry, there are not a lot of players in the market. So I would say that they should focus on whatever suppliers they have. And if this kind of deal is in the picture, they can focus on it. And internally, yes, they can, focus on the quality checks more.
And I would like to add that getting raw material right is one thing, and then when you build, everything has to be in place. Like for example, 2018 crash, which had a faulty sensor and MCAS system. That is second level of quality check that has to be done.
Right.
So I believe it's integrated in the whole supply chain. Quality check has to be there since starting to the end, and then contingency plan if because it's a risky business. What happens? So I
Yeah.
believe, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, guys.
Uh, any other question?
No, I think so. Good to go from my end.
All right. So, team case visits, good job. A pretty good presentation. The flow was amazing. The deck itself is pretty pleasing visually. The structuring is pretty good and a pretty solid solution as well. So, kudos on that. Uh, yeah, you made it.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
so
you,
much.
Mrs.
Thank you
Thank
for
you,
your time.
organizers.
And we have taken feedbacks very effectively. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Best guys, all the best.
Judges, now we have Nilesh Sinha from Savita Oil Technologies Limited. Are you ready, Nilesh?
Yeah, I am. I'm
Okay,
audible, right?
you may
Yes.
share your screen and start your presentation.
All
I'm sorry, I missed the team name. What's the team name? Achani,
right.
listen.
The
Nilesh
name
Sinha.
is, yeah, Neelasan.
Okay, okay.
So you can see it, right?
Yep, it's visible.
All right. So good evening, everyone. So I think today is a good day to discuss the fall of Boeing. Now let us start with the problem overview. If you have a quick glance at the case brief, you'll understand that the two events in the first quarter of this year led to a huge downfall for Boeing. The action by FAA, which is the temporary grounding of their fleet, and the production audit leading to compliance failure and production stoppages led to a reputational damage. It led to deteriorating public perception and a huge impact on its orders. A small analysis of its financial results will tell us that the company was doing fine. It was growing at a slow pace, but it was still growing from first quarter 23 to fourth quarter 23. But after the incidents, we can clearly see that it has seen a huge dip. The primary observation being the misadventure caused a huge loss of orders for it. Uh, while the market share for Boeing has been quite low in the last 5 decades, we can see the revenue fell too low, 55% down from the last quarter. Again, the negative media coverage led to a huge problem for it. The share price fall 33% from the beginning of first quarter 24 to the end of first quarter 24. And it also lost orders to Airbus. The change in leadership did not impact it much, and the impact on deliveries mainly was the reason for the loss of revenue. Now, let's look at the possible solutions that can bring Boeing back into the market. Now, the most important thing is the crisis management plan that will address the priority issues. Uh, I propose a five-step plan for the crisis management. Step one will be to institute new teams for investigation of the problem, new quality assurance team, and a team that will look at diversifying the vendors. Right now, Boeing has a problem of very narrow vendors and suppliers. The step two will one team, the SIT will work with FAA to understand all the issues, compliance issues, and make a new plan. Meanwhile, it will draft a new SOP for quality assurance and filter the vendors based on those. Step three is to ensure that all the compliances are followed and a new forum is established between the executors and the executives to understand the quality assurance issues and the lapses. Step 4 will be to initiate the production based on this based on the new findings. And step 5 will be to set up a new delivery plan. While we are doing this, it is very important for us to reassess every move and to take relevant feedback and change our plan accordingly. Now, coming on to corporate governance, while it is imperative that it is imperative for leaders to investigate history, draw parallels, and learn from others' mistakes without having to commit your own. So, while searching history, one good example comes from General Motors. General Motors was following a governance plan that was developed by Alfred Sloan in 1921. Over the years, it lost cross-silo communication, and that led to its fall in 2014. Boeing is facing a similar situation. While Harry Stonecipher came in 2003, he changed the company's culture from an engineering-focused company to a profit-focused company, and converting its culture into a makey culture. Now, this led to the fall that we're seeing now. One possible solution for this comes from NASA. George Mueller joined it in 1963, and he introduced a systems managing system based on joint cognition. This, they quote, is one of the most important things to their success. This system facilitates open communication between divisions, and it lets people give idea, and it lets them find solutions to problems. So my plan for its implementation is that we institute a safety and vigilance department to oversee safety concerns. Then we create a culture of open communication between the executives and the executors. We encourage the executors to take a consumer-centric safety-first approach while doing inspections and assessments. And then finally, we establish a new fora so that all these concerns can be put up into one place, and it is publicly visible for all of the Boeing to see. Now, it is important for it to be publicly visible because only then it will create pressure upon Boeing to work. Now, for getting a competitive advantage, we have another lesson from history. In 1993, IBM was experiencing a downfall. Louis Gerstner was installed as the new CEO. He initiated an operation called Operation Bear Hug. In this operation, all the senior executives, including himself, will go to the customers. They will talk to them, and it will be strictly informal. There will be no business discussions. They will just ask what problems they are facing, how their business is going, and what would they want to see in the market to solve their problems. Now, reports from these interactions were then assessed, and it played a huge role in IBM's regaining of its status. So while Boeing is facing a hard time, we have to understand that Airbus cannot completely take over the whole market from Boeing. It just does not have the capacity to produce the shortfall. So Boeing can also do a similar. I propose that Boeing can do a similar Operation Bear Hug, so that it reestablishes trust with its consumers by understanding their needs, and it creates an environment of assurance amongst the market. Another thing for improving the market sentiments, since it is based in America, it has to invoke a nationalistic feeling. It is a huge supply of defense systems in America, and invoking a nationalist feeling amongst the population will definitely see a surge in the share price. Another thing is that it has to engage in aggressive marketing, by which it will reiterate Boeing's legacy.
That's the 7-minute bell. You still have 1 minute.
Okay, sure. Now, all right. So finally, the portfolio strategy for Boeing. As per the brief, we have 3.7 CAGR growth of aircraft manufacturing. And from my sources, I've found that 8.2 CAGR for defense and 16.21 for market exploration by 2030. So the short-term goal for Boeing right now is to focus on its commercial jets because it has 50% of the revenue and very close to 50% market share. So it just cannot leave the market right now and focus on something else. The long-term strategy, I believe, would be definitely to look into commercial jets, but space is a very promising environment right now, and it should focus more in it because defense has cutthroat competition and it also has a lot of limitations. The government interferes a lot. It just cannot expand the market on its will, and most of the R&D that goes into it is by the government. So that was my plan. Thank you very much.
Please keep presenting.
Sorry?
Please keep presenting your deck.
Yeah, can you please screen share Nilay once?
Oh, yeah, sure. It's visible?
Yeah, it's visible.
Okay.
Alright, like the presentation, Nilay, I like the simplicity of the presentation as well. To the point, very structured, linking all the dots together, so it's easy for us to comprehend as well. So good job on that. And great. Okay, now if we can, I do have one or two observations and follow-up questions as well.
Yeah.
So I think so. In one of the recommendations, you've mentioned, let's say, create a culture, encourage customer-centric approach. I think so. Two or three of such pointers have been mentioned.
Yeah.
So
Right.
these seem to be on the face of it, on the front, like aspirations. Like we create a culture of open communication. We
Yes.
encourage customer-centric approach. These seem to be aspirations. What is the actual plan for these? Do you have
The
anything?
actual plan, so yes, yes. In fact, it again comes from NASA only. So there was this airplane crash in 1978, the United 173 crash. Uh, it went into news the world over
Right.
because the whole crew and passengers died. So after this, FAA appointed NASA to create a crew management system. So if you look into crew management system, the whole system is designed so that the staff can be trained in a jiffy to react to all kinds of situations related to safety. So if we look, if we want to implement that into this, it will be amazing. So there are definitely ways in which this can be implemented.
All right, and if we can move to, I think so, the first or the second slide, where you've mentioned the five-step plan.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. So my question here is, let's say you've mentioned constitute an SIT to investigate the lapses. There already are committees, teams which do monitor the lapses, which do undertake the quality checks. Do you feel constituting a new, let's say, SIT to investigate, or that would be the alternative? Because just bringing in a new team or bringing in new members is not, let's say, a substitute for the culture or the way things are implemented actually. So implementation over
Correct.
planning,
But
that is my thought.
what? Yes, yes. So what I think, what my perspective is that there was definitely a team looking into it, but it failed. So just keeping the team same will not work. We have to make a new team in a new way, with new people who appreciate a new culture. So this is going to help in the investigation. The same team is not going to, if someone overlooks one thing, he's again going to overlook it. So we can't trust the person on this huge scale to just change in a minute. So I think definitely a new team is going to help with it.
Right, no, I agree. A new team should be included. My only sense was the process or the implementation matters more than, let's say, the constitution of the members. Even if we institute
Yes,
a
yes,
new
of
team, the
course.
processes form the core of the, let's say, the quality checks. If we take that
Yes,
as an example.
correctly. So, if you see the three verticals of my plan, the first
Yep.
one is to create an SIT. Now, this SIT will work with FAA to ensure the complete compliance. But then the report from this SIT will aid the new quality assurance team in making an enhanced SOP for the quality assurance here further.
All right, fair. And just one observation, if you can move to the slide where you've given, I think so, if you can move 2, 3 slides down. where let's say CSR initiatives or the aggressive
Risk management.
marketing is mentioned. Yeah,
Yeah.
my just give me a sense on this. Let's say if we project that it's just a phase, create an assuring vibe in the market, or maybe engage in aggressive marketing, reiterating its legacy. Don't you feel it's sort of counterproductive, because projecting major misses or major lapses on Boeing's front and just terming it as a phase, or maybe again bringing in the past glory into picture, or going ahead with aggressive marketing, is sort of going against the sentiment of the end customer, or in general all stakeholders that are there, rather than acknowledging the lapses that have been there and giving a good view. Engage in aggressive marketing, but give a good view as to what has changed in the organization from then to now. Maybe, going ahead with CSR and charitable activities is sort of maybe just trying to do something good because you did something bad.
Uh, well, I take your point. It is a good point, but look, it has earlier worked for IBM, and I think it is definitely going to work for Boeing. So over this time, it was established in 1916. It has seen a lot of setbacks over this time, and while I understand that it is a huge problem, this specifically this lapse was a huge one. Boeing can still project that it has learned from it. The fact that it has made new SITs, it has formed new teams, projects that it wants to get better. So then going amongst the public and telling them that, see, we have done these changes, and just trust us. All this time we have been a great American company, and you can again see our actions that we again want to get back to that glory. So I think it's going to work amongst the public.
All right, okay, thanks Nilay.
Thank you.
Amulya,
So
you
shall I leave now?
Yeah, I just have extensions to this two parts question. So even I had exactly the same questions. Like so I liked your deck overview, and I really liked how you've taken examples from history and put over here. Uh, but I don't understand that like these things like nationalistic feelings in USA, CSR, reiterations of Boeing legacy. They're just words to me. I don't have any branching to this. What are you exactly doing? How are you exactly doing this? Aggressive marketing is something which already happened after the crashes, right? They started putting videos, oh, we are the same, yada yada. But then what is something new to the table, which after, like, they have already gone through a bad scenario, so many lives have taken away. Now there's another scenario where Alaska's gate has thrown away and something like that.
Right.
What is the new mechanism you're flowing in, right? And even if I talk about the kind of your 5-step approach, the common denominator to all this approach I found is that you have to set up a team which looks into vigilance and security measures, right? That is the entire denominator of all these entire 5 steps.
Right.
So how exactly do I differentiate a step one from step two from step three? That's simple and SOP. You are telling me that, oh, look for these things, look for engine things, look for this team, and then make this final team who looks for all these things. That is something which already happens, right? Like there's an entire ground team which looks into all the safety measures. There's a back
Right.
end team which looks into safety measures, something like that. So just want to know, maybe you can extend on these points you have mentioned over this slide. Like how are these nationalistic feelings happening? What is how is it helping Boeing in the first place?
All right. So, if you see step three in the
Yeah,
second vertical, I have talked about establishing a forum to openly share concerns and ideas within Boeing.
yeah,
So, this constitutes a major part of the whole plan, because unless this forum is established, whereby every employee can communicate with the higher management, and the communication is public to all the employees of Boeing,
okay,
it's not going to work, because since the company has already failed in this safety and quality assurance. So the company must employ new measures that forces itself to be open to public, thereby leading to eye of the public on it, so that it can perform better by creating a self limitation on it. So I think that is the crux of the whole plan. That the new team will bring a new culture,
mm-hmm.
and everything that they do will be open to all its employees, so
Okay.
that
So
the
more
employees
cultural
will not.
change. You
Yes,
are proposing cultural change.
correct.
Okay, and I just want to take your two notes on what is your idea on the defense versus the commercial expansion. Where should they expand? Why would they expand into one and not into other? Or they should go for a diversified approach? I just want to know.
So the thing is, they have to continue into the commercial jets. It is their legacy market. They are a leader in it, and there's just no point losing focus there. Between the defense and space, so
Yeah.
I'd say they should invest more in space, because as we can see, the CAGR is 16.21%, and by 2030, the market will be $1,879 billion, much more than the aerospace and defense market. Another thing, in the defense market, there are a lot of limitations. There are governments into play, and the competition is cutthroat. Not just private companies, but almost every government is uh, investing into defense. They have their own research centers,
Yeah.
and surviving in this market is pretty difficult. Moreover, Boeing has an amazing fleet in defense. They have the Chinook, they have the okay. Just for the record, when IBM's market cap uh, before 93, so from 1990 to 1993, it fell down by 25%. And after Lou Justner joined and it initiated Operation Bear Hug, it was $29 million market cap in USA, and it grew to $156 million in 2002 when Lou Justner stepped down. So it definitely worked there.
Got it. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Shall I leave now?
Thank you, Nile. It was, as the judges mentioned, very well structured deck, and you did a great job on that part. Overall, a great presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Raghav.
Sure. Niharika, you were saying something, I guess.
No.
Okay, so we're just left with two more presentations. Okay, we'll wrap it up quickly, and we can have the next team now, which is Team Ultimate from Narsi Monji Institute of Management Studies. Sanya, are you ready with your presentation?
Yes, madam. Good
Okay, sure. You
afternoon,
can
everyone.
share your screen.
Yeah, my teammate is joining.
Okay,
We'll
okay.
share the screen.
Okay. Yeah.
Hmm. Is the entire team here now?
Yes.
Okay, you may share your screen and start your presentation.
Yes, sure.
Yeah, just a second. Is it visible?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we can start now. So, a very good afternoon to the esteemed judges and the organizers at DDUC. Today, I, along with Abhijay Goyal from Team Ultimate and MIMS Mumbai, will guide you through a strategic plan addressing the crisis at Boeing and outline a roadmap for implementation of our plans. Next slide, Abhijay. So, ramping up production and exploring new markets to compete with Airbus. Next slide. So, considering the recent incidents involving Boeing aircraft, safety is at our top priority. So, here we have framed a roadmap within which, in the 48 hours, we suggest Boeing to have a full and open acknowledgement through holding a press conference within the next 24 hours to acknowledge its incidents, sincerely apologize, and outline the specific action that the company is taking with Boeing 737-9 aircraft through inspections and focusing on their door plug system, including some well-researched quantitative data points from premium researchers such as Pew Research, Honeywell, McKinsey, Airbus, and Sprout Social. So, renewing our focus on safety, our plan includes focusing on establishing transparency reports detailing the role of MCAS system and specific software fixes. Along with that, data-driven quality control with real-time sensor data from manufacturing sector will be used to identify and address any problems which are there in the production process, along with the human factor analysis of the 737 MAX production line to identify areas for improvement in training and communication and overall human factors. So, adding to all these points, data-driven public relations will be built by informing public of Boeing's renewed commitment to safety and updating investors on all the financial recovery plans. Next slide. So, by prioritizing safety, transparency, and accountability, Boeing aims to rebuild its public trust and ensure long term stability, along with strengthening its corporate governance through board restructuring, within which adding new independent directors with expertise in safety, quality control, and governance. Also, implementing a robust safety management system, developing a clear communication plan, increasing the stakeholder engagement, resulting in transparency, and investing in high quality control technology and increasing its internal inspections, along with partnering and maintaining an open communication with all the regulatory bodies. Next slide. Yeah. So this slide outlines a comprehensive plan for Boeing to achieve its long-term success in the aerospace industry by building a strong leadership team, by revamping the board by independent directors, and introducing clear board committee responsibility with measurable safety, ethics, and risk metrics reported regularly. Also, enhancing the transparency accountability by publishing quarterly safety reports detailing incidents and corrective actions, along with a robust whistleblower program with protection for employees who raise concerns. Along with that, it is basically a data driven approach, including investment in data analytics and maintaining an open communication with the regulatory bodies like FAA and NTSB that can lead to regained trust and sustainable success in the aerospace industry in the long run. Now, I would like to call Abhijay to take the presentation further.
Thank you, Sonia, for your valuable insights. Boeing journey ahead is complex, but it is within complexity that opportunity for growth and renewable often lie. So, drawing upon the esteemed McKinsey 7S framework, we have created a holistic approach to address Boeing's multifaceted crisis and chart a course towards sustainable success. So let's begin with strategy. We propose aligning Boeing strategy with long-term goals, market trend, and customer needs, while prioritizing safety and financial recovery as foundational pillars. Structurally evaluating and potentially restructuring the organization can enhance operational efficiency, streamline decision-making process, and foster clearer communication channel across all levels. But it's not about strategy and structure. Shared value, system, style, staff, and skills are equally important. So, reinforcing a culture of safety, transparency, and customer centricity, fostering leadership styles that prioritize safety and innovation, investing in our workforce, and developing essential skills. These are all critical components of our roadmap. So, now let's explore the actionable step we have proposed. So, regaining trust and safety focus, we can implement the FAA's safety measure system framework, which have been shown to reduce accident and ensuring transparent communication on safety improvements as critical. So, as in study by Edelman Trust Barometer revealed that 83% of global consumer prioritize trust in purchasing decisions. And the next, we can strategize product development. So we can continue the development of 737 MAX with its remarkable 20% reduction in fuel use and emission, and venturing into Airbus dominated market like the single aisle jet segments are strategic impairment. We can also focus on electric and hybrid electric propulsion systems. Uh, Now, next, we can shore up production by implementing the Toyota's just-in-time production. Uh, we can implement Six Sigma methodology, which could help prevent a 20 billion loss from the 737 MAX grounding. These are some key actions. We can also focus on customer retention. So, offering competitive pricing and financing option and enhancing customer service. As mentioned by a Bain company study, uh, it was found that improving customer service retention by 5% can increase profit by up to 95%. Uh, Lastly, we had a question of diversification and prioritization. So, while prioritization, a single-handed growth sector like commercial aviation offer clear benefits. It is explicitly we can see that 99% of the commercial market is captured by Airbus and Boeing. So it we must focus on single like commercial aviation, while on the other hand we can also see that there are three major sectors, so diversification provide resilient but risk dilution of focus. So here we propose a balanced approach, so let us maintain a presence in both commercial aviation and defense, leveraging growth while mitigating risk. By monitoring market trends and fostering innovation, we can navigate challenge and emerge stronger. In conclusion, let us embrace transformation and unity as we chart our course forward. Together, we can overcome any obstacle and seize opportunity for sustainable success. Thank you for your attention. We are open for questions now.
Judges, you may ask your questions.
Yeah, I only have one question to ask. But first of all, like great presentation, guys, great communication, and great delivery of the content. Um, just one question on a very hypothetical question to say. So, like currently, Boeing's market share is going down because of the quality issues, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you think if Boeing only fixes the quality issues and do not do anything on the product innovation and instead invest more in defense and space sector, it would gain more market share versus doing the product innovation in the commercial sector?
So, ma'am, we have strategized. We have also laid the focus on R&D. We have said that they should fund their R&D program for electric and hybrid electric propulsion system. They should also, we can see in our last pie chart that 60% of market is captured by Airbus. So, but 40% is also not a small share. I would like to say, like 59% is captured by Airbus. So, we must focus on our commercial. That is our first priority. So keeping in mind the commercial aviation sector, we can also focus on, but our major priority should be on the commercial Airbus only.
So in commercial also, like majorly on solving the quality issues or doing quality issues plus innovation at the same time to regain
Yeah.
the market share. So that's the question.
So to regain the market share, we must increase our quality to rebuild the trust of our existing consumers. We can't develop a new product because just our existing product has failed, because no one will buy our new product if our existing product are not performing well. So we must fix the issue with our existing product, and then we can focus on new product lines.
Yeah, so that was my point also because I got confused because what you laid down was, we can also do X, we can also do
Yeah.
Y, A, B, C, M, N. So maybe prioritizing and delivering, like maybe on one slide, the solution should be this is the P1 thing to do, but other recommended solutions for the long run can be these. So maybe the content shuffling could have been done, but yeah, agreed on your point. Thank you for answering.
Hi team. Great presentation. I also like the flow of the presentation, and
Thank you.
would like to circle back to I think this is the first or the second slide where you've mentioned the timeline, the flow of the things that you would like to do in the
Yeah,
first.
yeah, yeah.
So yeah. There, my question would be, I might be wrong in understanding, but just if you can throw some light on this. Two things. First, immediately hosting a conference, let's say for 0 to 24 hours, what sort of benchmark is it for 0 to 24 hours? Okay, if we do an immediate conference, don't you feel there would be sort of a backlash? Because let's take a very simple example. You take a service, you're not satisfied with the same, let's say you complain with the team that you're not satisfied. What is the response of the team? That okay, we apologize for your inconvenience, we apologize that you're not happy, and this is the mitigation that we'll do, maybe provide you a refund or something of that sort. Hosting an immediate conference without having quality checks in place, without having a proper plan in place, direct simply acknowledging your mistake, would don't you feel that would further tarnish the image of the brand, that they're simply acknowledging and they're not having plans in place immediately? Because for 0 to 24 hours, whichever benchmark you're taking, that would not be a sufficient enough time to have solutions in place or checks in place to help the customers or the end or the stakeholders regain trust in Boeing as a brand.
So, to answer that, sir, I would like to say that according to our research, we have come upon a study which mentions that 37% of the consumer believes in the open communication. The idea behind that open, like the apology in first 24 hours, is because it is the matter of utmost priority to the consumer, because aviation is a sector where everyone is concerned about their safety. So it would be a very good initiative from Boeing's end that they are acknowledging their mistake, that yeah, there is some lapse from our end, and it was our mistake, that because of us you guys have suffered and we can't continue, so we have to ground all our planes. So that was our idea behind publishing an a public apology. And apart from that, we can figure out some superficial reasons, like what were the issues, like let's say there are x number of components in the plane, so was there issue in first part or second part, so we can issue a
Yeah, that
superficial
no, I
yeah.
understand. One sort of follow up here is again, I think so. Giving superficial reasons, even if they are true to a certain extent, would not be the best way to go ahead. One, and the statistic you mentioned, let's say around 37%, the statistic that you've mentioned, that would include a sort of a total enhanced framework or a good sort of an outcome that would come out of that conference, right? Let's say
Yeah.
acknowledging their mistake, but they also have solutions in place. That is my bit, that going incomplete in the conference might bring on backlash, one, and going ahead with superficial reasons might not be the best alternative, one. But okay, I think so. With that being said, then this weekly action roadmap,
Yeah.
can you just explain as to the three things that you mentioned: week one to week two, week three. Irrespective of that, is this timeline the only one? Because in the rest of the presentation, as I think Sunil also mentioned, prioritization was one missing, and secondly, the timeline of implementation across, let's say, a period of immediate short-term solutions for over 2 years, then 2 to 5 year plan, 5 to 10 year plan. Irrespective of the exact definitions of, let's say, the timelines, I felt that there was a miss in terms of the exact implementation plan. You've given recommendations, but not the implementation plan as to when which would be implemented and what would be the sort of order of steps in which you would, let's say, suggest Boeing to go ahead with its maybe action plan forward.
So, taking up the second question further, sir, I would like to say that we have mentioned in this slide. Let me take you through that.
Yeah.
Uh, it was mentioned in this slide that we can conduct board review composition by quarter 3 24. We can detect defects by quarter 2 25. So these were some of the timeline mentioned by us. So we
Okay.
have mentioned the timelines and the weekly roadmap. So first, we will ground all the aircrafts that I have by first week itself, and then like we will in the second week we will approach the individual committees that are designed that gives the safety certifications.
Safety
So like
committees.
yeah, safety committees, like what were the fault in our
Yeah.
this
We can
and
conduct a thorough inspection of all the aircraft which had incidents with them and make
Um,
the
Okay, no,
solutions
sorry
for
to cut
them.
you in between. I think so. For first week, I think so. You were mentioning that grounding all the sort of aircrafts.
Yes,
Which
yes.
yes.
air, how the if you have a number in mind, which how many aircrafts would be grounded if we follow this sort of a timeline and a action plan and an action plan? Because all aircrafts are not having incidents, but they're the same model which have had incidents. So how many planes are you talking about? Because it's a huge number. It will disrupt the entire sort of industry if we go on to ground the entire fleet. If you think
Yes,
it
sir.
from that perspective, yeah.
Yeah, but like we can not in the single day, we can conduct it over a period of time. So let's say 10% of our fleet is grounded in this day, and another 10 in this time. So it would be a corrective measure, and it would be a not a drastic measure, but a succession. Like we are going step by step and not doing it as a whole. Like we are not grounding all the 1,000 plane at once, but we are doing it by 100 plane at day one, 100 at day two, 100 at day three, so that we can find if there is any mistake in those model as well.
Okay, but again, just sort of an observation that thinking it from this perspective, maybe even if we ground 20, 30, 50 planes per day, and it's not sort of a quality check is not sort of a daily or even a weekly process. It will take a lot of time, right? So even
Yeah, I
yeah, you're saying 100 planes in one day, the second day, the third day, it won't be
yeah
sort of good from feasibility
yeah
perspective.
Yeah, I agree. But since there are quality issues and safety issues, so we have to let us give our profit, and we have to like ground the for the safety matter. Safety is like utmost important. So we have to give on our profits for the safety concerns.
Yep, definitely we have
This
to. But
yeah.
yeah. Okay.
So this was our thought process
Yeah.
basically.
Great. Thank you, Amula. If you have any questions.
Okay, so great presentation, guys, and good flow of tech. I think the more than questions, I have few feedbacks to begin with, and maybe then just one or two questions. One is that when I went to your deck form, I feel like this deck is entirely full on every edge. I like, and there's a lot of content on the deck. I feel like we could have just mentioned few pointers and to begin with, and then we should be good to go. Like every slide is just full to read, so there's a lot of things for me to read in the first place if I go through the deck. And secondarily, I agree with Parth on this. I don't think so. Like any company, uh, like even if in the case in this case comp when they talk about immediate action, they didn't really meant ki, oh, what are you gonna do in next 24 hours or 48 hours or literally the next week. That's too immediate for any company, right? Not just like an airlines business. I feel this immediate plan could still be stretched to something like a 3 month or a 4 month or first quarter program. That's what I feel. And then lastly, I think so. When I go to the your crisis management solutions and everything, uh, I feel there's anything and everything. Like there's a lot of solutions. I just want to understand from you what are your top three solutions which you would propose this time, because there's a lot of things happening in the next few slides. So yeah.
So basically, for crisis management, the first thing we are focusing on is our transparency. Like we want to know the root cause of the like what was the root cause of it, and we want to like since we have a lot of orders pending. So second thing, we want to ramp up our supply chain, and lastly, we want to change our leadership. So sorry, not leadership. We want to change our social media presence, like how our consumer perceive us. So these are the top three priorities of.
So if you want to change that perception, how exactly do you go about it? Like what's the plan on that?
So for that plan, we can, as mentioned in the first slide, also we can publish an apology letter, and also we can target social media platforms like how Boeing is continuously. We can regularly send updates to the targeted audience that these were the labs from our end, or these were the mistakes that the airplane had, and we can also have a dedicated PR team to like.
Yeah. Just with the open communication, letting all the consumers know what steps we are taking as a company, what were the root causes, and how we are working to correct them. That will be our main motive.
And if I see this focus on human factor, I can you explain more on this human factor analysis? What is that? What do you mean by this, and what is going to happen on that?
So basically, it is a training program. Like we need to train our all the stakeholders, not all the stakeholders, but the mainly the people involved in maintenance of the aircrafts, be it in Boeing or the operating airline. So we want to focus on those human factor, like what can be the potential mistakes that they can do, and how can they avoid them, or what can be the potential problems that they can face, and how to rectify them.
Okay, got it. And when you talk about this fuel cost trends to identify new aircraft opportunities, what are these trends you're talking about?
I'm sorry, you are not audible. Can you please repeat?
Okay. So I'm saying that when you talk about the data-driven innovations, you talk about
Yeah,
fuel cost trends, right?
yeah,
What are
yeah.
these trends, and how are these fuel cost trends helping you?
So basically, these are the sustainable fuels, and basically, we are
Okay,
switching out to new like EV planes or hybrid EV propulsion system. So that
right.
was it. Like we can
Okay.
shift to another mode of fuel.
So SAFs, getting into SAFs, right?
Yes, 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 yes.
Okay, makes sense. Okay, thank
Yeah.
you. All the best,
Thank
guys.
you. Yeah.
Thank you, everyone.
Any more questions from the judges?
Nothing from my end.
All right, all right. So great presentation, a great deck, and a very solid solution from the team. I guess we are done with the Q&A round, and you guys may leave.
Thank you, Raghav.
Thank you.
Okay, judges, we have the final team for today. Team Bridgewaters from Dayal Singh College, University of Delhi. Is the whole team here?
One guy is missing. I'll call him.
Yeah.
Oh, he's here. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we are there.
All right, all right. So you guys can share your screen and start.
OC, maybe you can just tell them the rule of the time, the 5 minute time and everything.
Yeah, yeah. So you guys, as I mentioned on the group as well, you guys will be receiving three prompts. One at 5 minutes, that will be one bell. Then another at 7 minutes, that will be two bells, and a final call at 8 minutes, that will be three bells. So after the 7 minute bell, you will have 1 minute to wrap up the whole presentation. Try not to exceed it beyond 8 minutes because we are already having a lot of delays.
Can we start?
Yeah, go ahead.
Good afternoon, esteemed panel of judges. Today, Team Bridgewaters will address one of the titans of the aerospace industry, the Boeing Company. Once hailed as the gold standard of aerospace, dominating the global landscape for decades, Boeing now finds itself in a nosedive due to a series of crashes that have severely tarnished its reputation. We will address key questions that will be explored in detail in subsequent slides. These include how can Boeing mitigate operational risks, how can it address governance challenges, how can it reclaim lost market share. Additionally, we will discuss whether diversifying into other segments is a viable strategy. Each of these questions will be thoroughly examined in the following slides. Regarding the aerospace industry, its market size was estimated at $750 billion in 2022, projected to achieve a CAGR of 8.2% and reach $1,380 billion by 2030. The largest segment within this industry is military aircraft. Key growth drivers include increasing space activities, rising air travel demand, and military modernization efforts. While there are several significant players in the market, it is primarily dominated by Airbus and Boeing. Graphically illustrating the market share of Boeing and Airbus in terms of completed deliveries, it's evident that following the merger of McDonnell Douglas and Boeing, the deliveries have declined.
Moving on to an overview of Boeing, a company that has been at the forefront of aerospace innovation for over a century. Boeing, founded in 1916 by William Boeing, has grown to become one of the largest aerospace manufacturers in the world. Boeing's core business includes the design, manufacture, and sales of commercial airplanes, military aircraft, satellites, and space exploration vehicles. Boeing earns the highest revenue from its commercial sector, followed by defense and space. Boeing has a global presence with operations in over 150 plus countries. The company's international reach allows it to serve a diverse range of markets and customers, making it a truly global leader in the aerospace industry. Boeing is committed to innovation, investing heavily in research and development to ensure its products remain at the cutting edge of technology. Moving on to the recent incidents involving Boeing. The challenges in recent years are primarily due to two tragic incidents involving its 737 MAX aircraft. These incidents raised concerns about the safety of Boeing's aircraft and highlighted the need of significant changes within the company. The crashes of Lion Air Flight 610 in October 2018 and Ethiopian Airlines Flight 302 in March 2019 were attributed to a MCAs, a software system designed to prevent stalls. The MCAs malfunctioned, causing the aircraft to nosedive shortly after takeoff. The crashes had profound impact on Boeing, leading to number one, financial losses due to the grounding of 737 MAX fleet, damage to Boeing's reputation as a leader in aviation safety, increased scrutiny from regulatory authorities and the public.
To rescue Boeing from the ongoing crisis, we have identified 6 key solutions covering financial, technical, manufacturing, and governance factors. First and foremost, we recommend implementing a clawback provision that would take back employees and executive bonuses in contingent to some safety incidents. Second, performing random independent checks at factories to identify potential safety lapses beforehand. Third, increase pilot training programs to brief them about new features such as the MCAS. Fourth, optimizing and standardizing supply chain operations, and establishing deep supply relationships to improve the quality of the aircrafts. Fifth, establishing a whistleblower mechanism in which whistleblowers would be safeguarded and protected. And finally, increase compliance with the regulatory authorities such as the FAA. We believe that the ongoing crisis is a direct result of governance failure. Post the merger of McDonnell Douglas and the Boeing Company in 1997, Boeing underwent a significant cultural change. To solve that, we have identified four key solutions. First, establishing a whistleblower mechanism in which whistleblowers would be safeguarded, protected, and direct channels for whistleblowers would be established. Second, establishment of an oversight committee that would be independent and would oversee the compliance of safety and regulatory norms. Third, increased number of people in the executive cabinet with relevant experiences in fields such as technology, aviation, etc. And finally, increased board level increased board level employee representation from pilots and worker unions to promote the interests of other stakeholders and not just the shareholders. In the recent years, Boeing has faced significant challenges from Airbus and has seen its market share decline in terms of orders received. To recapture the lost market share, we have identified three key strategic solutions. First, establishing a foreign currency exchange derivative program to hedge currency risk, and then providing flexible currency options to other airlines so as to make it cost effective for them. Second, investing more in research and development to build high quality engines which are very fuel efficient as well, and also implementing safety solutions such as the MCAS and Raman turbine. Finally, releasing new models with the fly-by-wire technology which Airbus uses instead of the traditional old stick yoke models.
According to our research, we believe that Boeing should focus on the defense sector rather than diversifying further or focusing solely on commercial jets. Additionally, it should consider reducing its investment in the space exploration sector given its inefficiency compared to competitors like SpaceX. For instance, SpaceX received $2.6 billion dollars, while Boeing received $4.2 billion, dollars, yet SpaceX completed missions 4 years earlier, highlighting Boeing's inefficiency in this area. Concluding, Boeing's competitive advantage lies in the defense sector, given the diverse product offerings, global presence, and unparalleled expertise. Thank you. We're open for Q&A now. Meanwhile, if you can show the appendix ones, just to,
sure.
Yeah.
The talent report is not loading due to some network issues.
So yes, overall great presentation, guys. Great flow of the content. I have one question on this diversification strategy. Like as you know, the space is the future, the stars are the future. So why don't you guys think that Boeing should invest heavily into the space sector, given its recent agreements with NASA also? Because it takes so much time to regain the lost market share. It will not regain the market share in the next 5 years. It will take n number of years to regain that trust again, right? Such incidents when happen, like a door just flying out and everything, is a very big thing. So why don't you guys think that space sector should be tapped upon, given Boeing's potential and its agreement with NASA also? So can you tell me what was your rationale of eliminating that sector at first place?
Initially, we thought that heavy investment should be made into defense because, as we know, like countries like USA, which is a great revenue source for Boeing, and Boeing stands as one of the great players in USA, especially, and USA invests heavily on defense sector. That it's one of the largest. If I'm not wrong, it's number one in terms of spending on its military appliances. So considering that fact, we thought that defense would be a good source, as well as considering the other opponents, that is the competitors. Boeing comes in number two in terms of revenue, total revenue gained from the defense sector alone. So that was the key factor that we thought that increasing its diversification in defense would be helpful. We are not Like, we're not neglecting the fact that space is the future, and we're not saying that Boeing should not expand into space. But the thing is, just for the initial or the current scenario, we thought defense would be a better alternative, and space could be tapped upon in the future when the losses that it is covering or the delays that it's facing is once solved initially. Yeah, that was the rationale behind it.
So I agree with the rationale. So it should have been there on the slide that you know what you're speaking. That this is what we think about the current time, but this is what we think about like next coming 10 to 15 years.
Okay, we
So
missed
yeah,
that. I'm so
one
sorry
was
about
this thing, and if you could go to the previous slide once, where that fit technology was mentioned. This one, though the solutions posed are good, like currency flexibility, fly-by-wire technology, but I somehow feel that these solutions are very far-fetched. The competitive strategy should have been around more around product innovation, product quality, because currency flexibility is nothing that is arising out of current issues that Boeing is facing. So this is something that could be done, but this shouldn't have been made to the top of the priority of the strategies recommended here. But yes, so that was the feedback. But all the best, guys. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, hi team, great presentation. Very minimalistic and to the point. So easy to comprehend. Good job on that. And two, three quick, I think so, clarifications rather than questions. If we can move back to the slide where you mentioned about the clawback provision. Right. Okay, so just tell me your opinion on this. Clawback provision is sort of a follow through after any mishap or any quality issue has happened, right? Don't you
Yes.
feel it's good for having a pre-plan to avoid these lapses in the first place? I understand it's sort of a disincentive or sort of an incentive in the negative sense to prevent these things to happen, so that someone thinks, okay, my bonus would be taken back, but that step after it could be fought, not my issue. A number of things can be done around that. Clawback provision, if you could have thought it from the reverse perspective, that some preventive measures could have been set in place rather than mitigating it after any lapses have perspective. Let's say incentivizing or disincentivizing the lapses that have happened.
No, for that I've not thought about that.
Okay. Okay. So one thought on that, and second would be the whistleblower protection program. I do like this. It's an innovative. Do you have any precedent for this, where it has worked previously in any of the big organizations working at a scale as large as Boeing is? Because whistleblowers on and off, often we do see in media news, a lot of them, they are not treated the way that they should be, and often people take benefit, the employees take benefit of this sort of a program that exists within the organization by raising false requests as well. Do you have any precedent, or what's your thought on that?
Yeah, the precedent is Boeing itself, but before the merger with McDonnell Douglas. All right, so before there was a culture which embraced whistleblowers, but post the merger, the combined entity was more focused on impressing the Wall Street analysts, so whistleblowers were neglected. So we believe that a move back to the status quo would be better. So for that, we established a whistleblower protection program.
Why do you think it was not as eminent in the first place once the merger happened, and why was it in place previously?
Because they were more about impressing the Wall Street analysts. So whistleblowers, what they do is basically they find out the flaws in their current manufacturing process, and that would delay the ultimate deliveries and orders. So the executives in Washington did not want that. All right, and they also shifted the headquarters from Seattle to Washington so as to avoid all those people from causing concerns.
Okay. All right, fair. And tech managers, I think so. You've also mentioned in one of the recommendations,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Okay, so let's say you mentioned increase the number of people with technical expertise. Right now, as per your research, is there lack of technical expertise, or is it more an issue of, it's more a culture-driven issue, neglecting and not being very intensive with the quality checks, or it's an expertise issue?
There are lack of technical managers in Boeing's current board of directors. Even the CEO, Dave Calhoun, was previously, I think, he was a director at Blackstone. So he's not anywhere related to aviation. He has been with Boeing since more than 10 years.
Right.
So he has that experience. But I'm talking about, strictly speaking, about aviation and technology. So, like, we need more people with a technical background, not a financial or sales or marketing, something like that.
No, keeping aside the, let's say, the top executives, other than those,
Mhm.
do you feel it's a culture driven issue or an expertise driven issue? Kept aside, let's say, the example of CEO.
Culturally driven issue. Post the merger of the McDonnell Douglas and Boeing company.
Right, okay. Okay, good job, guys. I think so. That's all from my end as well.
Thank you.
Hi guys, good presentation, and I think so. I was able to comprehend everything because it was quite precise to what look at. Uh, I have just few questions and few suggestions. One is that I see that like references. I see Wikipedia as a source. I don't understand why would you trust Wikipedia in terms like it can give you some idea, but you can't really quote things from Wikipedia at all in a deck because that's not at all trustable source to begin with. That's what I feel. And secondarily, I think so. I missed something in terms of prioritization, which I need your 2 cents on. How do you exactly want to prioritize in future? In terms of like, what are your prioritization goals for Boeing? Where should they prioritize and what should they prioritize? What is a short term goal and what is a long term goal? I think so. I miss on these a lot on these lines in the deck.
Okay, talking about the prioritization, what we thought was that it is there in the commercial sector and it is doing good, but due to the crashes, it has lots of reputation. Talking about two other sectors, that is space and defense, what
Yeah.
we thought the short-term goal should be the defense sector, considering the comparative advantage that Boeing has. And secondly, moving on to the future goals, that would be the space, considering the fact that space is the future, as ma'am mentioned. So that was the initial rationale behind describing the path of what Boeing should do and what it should not do in the field of diversification.
So in that regard, you're telling me that in short term they should invest in defense and then they can move to commercial.
No, like they'll be investing in defense, but as
Prioritizing.
well, they'll bifurcate their investments in all three sectors.
Okay, but I think in your deck you talked about focusing a lot on defense, right? Initially.
Yeah, initially.
Uh, I want to understand this thing. So if I see revenues of Boeing, they are increasing I'm talking about revenues, nothing on a net profit or something. They're increasing quite good. This one situation happened, the revenues fall. Now they're back in game. That's what happened during the crashes also. 2 years they were grounded. Now they're back in the game. Everyone is ordering 737s from them. In those regards, why do you still feel that commercial is a small market? And if I see that uh, currently, if I look at a 2042 picture, there's a 20 trillion like passenger traffic, what I gauge from the internet, right? In those regards, I see commercial going and like taking the entire market in it in the first place. Why do you still feel that they should like focus a lot on defense right now and not commercial? This is the short term I want to know.
I guess I wasn't able to communicate that well. The thought was the flow of the PPT was that Boeing is doing nice and investing and is investing highly in commercial sectors, and we also projected the growth of the commercial sector where we showed that Boeing earns the most from the commercial sector. And also taking in the fact, we have taken factors such as growing air travel demand, which is one of the reasons why Boeing should invest in commercial. But the diversification slide was more into what all other sectors or avenues could Boeing move into or increase its investment so that it could gain more market share rather than just focusing on commercial, because there are other market share that could be tapped upon. So that was the rationale behind it, if
So
I'm
if
able
I
to.
read from the lens that then where should your more investment be? Your higher investment should be in commercial or in defense or in space. How do you go about it?
If I'll have to rank it, the number one would be commercial, second would be defense, then third would be space.
Okay. And can go back to the slide where you talk about hedging, the currency slide. And yeah, I just need to understand how is this currency hedging exactly helping you, A, and B. I believe that even before you go into fall into this step, there are a lot of things prior to this. Ensuring your engines, ensuring a lot of things, a lot of quality checks. This currency hedging is something which comes very late, right? You are still earning revenues. Airbus is still earning revenues. No one is taking revenue from you, right? Why do you still feel this is a priority and not a quality checks? And exactly what is this hedging and like, how is it exactly helping you?
Okay, so basically, Airbus, what it does is Airbus offers flexible currency options to
Yeah.
Asian airlines. All right, but Boeing only offers in US dollars. So Boeing is predominantly based in the US
Yeah.
for 50 plus years, and Airbus, I think it's made from a consortium of European companies. So
Yes.
Airbus is flexible in terms of currency. So we thought that to have a competitive advantage, Boeing should also establish a foreign currency derivative program so as to not have any potential losses in terms of currencies. and then offered flexible currency options to other airlines.
But
So to
मेरी
make,
80% market तो USC है ना, तो how do I exactly deal with that?
but the Asian markets are also growing, so in that sense.
Okay, so saying for 20% market, I go for hedging. 80% I'm dealing in US dollars only, right?
And adding on to the checking wala part that you mentioned, we have given solutions in the previous slide. Once if you could go back there.
Okay, okay, I can, yeah.
Yeah. So we have stated solution like independent checks and establishing a body that is independent of the directors that would look at the checks and see if there is any flaw or anything in the manufacturing part. So that has been taken care of. Once this is done, we thought looking at the hedging part also would make sense to gain competitive advantage as Airbus is dominating in that side and Boeing is lacking behind in it somewhat. So that was the rationale.
Okay, and if you go to the next slide, I just had a few questions which I think Parth have also asked, but I'm still unclear on that part. When we talk about hiring, like getting more into the technical expertise, what I have seen and I believe is that Boeing, in terms of hiring, I'm not talking about the senior most leadership. Let's talk about the trickle down, like the hierarchy. Let's talk about the hierarchy. In those terms, I think so. They have very good technical experts to begin with. You can't just like Boeing can't really operate without technical expertise like that, right? They already have a lot of technical expertise on that. Why do you still believe you need a leadership change in those regards? Like, even if I think Blackstone's CEOs or Blackstone CFOs coming to your board, that person still brings a lot of expertise, and you can't really hire someone on the board just like that, right? There's a lot of voting, a lot of talks which goes in, a lot of technical expertise might have been in discussion, I believe. Why do still be there should be some change and technical expertise is still a lack within Boeing?
Yeah, no offense to people with a financial background, but I'm just saying that more people in the executive cabinet should, at least one third should be from a technical background. So like currently there is, I think only one person is there from an aviation background.
Yeah, like we were looking at the board of directors of Boeing, and we also looked at a few. We were looking at the timeline, basically the history of the Boeing directors, and we saw that the representation of technical or aviation-related people is very less, and people related to fields of finance, sales, marketing, they're dominating the Boeing board of directors, reflecting the fact that we've already stated that there's a cultural shift from technicality to more financial gains. So that was the reason we thought of adding more technical members of board of directors would be a better idea.
Sounds good. Yeah. All the best, guys. Thank you. That's all
Thank
from
you so
me.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Team Bridgewaters. That was a lovely presentation from your side. And your presentation overall is very good. The way you presented and you handled the questions, that was very good. Kudos for that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Congratulations, guys. Lovely presentations, and I think I love the enthusiasm about the industry. Yeah, quite unique, quite good. Yeah.
Yeah, even for us, like three of us, it was hard to decide who wins what. But overall, like all of you did a very great job in terms of answering our questions, in terms of preparing the presentation. So keep this up and all the best for your future cases and the presentations.
Yeah, congratulations, guys. And do try to connect after this as well with the fellow competitors. You'll get a very good set of solutions. So did we. We were also very amazed to see the diverse set of solutions we had. So congratulations once again.
Congratulations, guys.
And yeah, feel free to reach out to us in case you want to discuss anything after this offline on LinkedIn.
Okay, so with this, you want to say something, Amul?
I'm good. Please proceed.
Yes, I was just saying that with this, we come to an end of this GIC 2024 edition. It was great experience hosting all of the teams present here. You were very exquisite with your solutions, and a very heartfelt thanks to our judges who spared their precious time and made this event a mega gala, very big success. Lastly, thank you, Team 180 DDUC, and all our mentors who worked very hard for the past 2 months. It is because of you all that we were able to achieve this success. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, actually, kudos to the team also. They worked really hard. Yeah. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, guys. Have a great rest of the day.
Yeah.
Thank you. All the best.
Yeah.
Yep.